The statement is from the IG, I mean the IO, and the statement was quite ambiguous, and you can tell that it's in line with the decision. So this idea of violations, I did ask Ustaz Edmond earlier, where in the article or what article or provision within the agreement indicate the term violence, violations. It wasn't there. What we heard every now and then is the peace spoiler, because the whole idea was a plan B, because the plan A was failed to change the regime in the Republic of South Sudan. Why we don't read that? You see, I will stop here and let Francis go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, brother Attilo, and Southern Sudan Eagle Media for hosting us today about the issues or the issues going on back home in our country. And thank you for those who are listening downstairs. We need to be a Pacific at this time, and we need to be wise enough as a citizen of the nation. I believe, Brother Attila, you saying the agreement were being forced on us. Yes, everything even during the CPA, there was a pressure from the international community to let both SPLM and Mutamar Watani or National Congress Party to come to their consensus to make sure that they reach to the peace. And then what happened exactly uh, during the revitalized peace agreement? We know it was a peace agreement in 2018 or 2015. Sorry, and they were failed, and the incident came happen in 2016. But and they went back again to revitalize because the IGAD or the African Union or the international community were concerned the bloodshed in the country. So when they were for this agreement between the two parties, it was between the IO and the IG because they're the one who were battling each other because they have a gun. But some parties were what is called a non-violent, even they were taken arm with against the government. They were not powerful like IO, and that's the reason came down the IO and the IG were the elephant in the room, and that is why they were agreement were forced on them to make sure that the bloodshed is stopped in the country. So let us come here when they were um, from the government of Artigon, which is the government of national unity. They were divided. The government according to the agreement, according to R-ARCSS, which is the revitalized. And I believe I blame the government, even I supporting the government why they were making wrong calculation to give a powerful minister of defense to the IO if they would know they will be done today. So is to be clear is a wrong to the government now to swap the minister while they were sitting down like not too long ago to extend the interim period of the R-ARCSS, which is revitalized to 24 months. And why the government don't sitting down if there were something concerning the government in terms of the IO with the Minister of Defense, why the President Kiir or the SPLM or IG didn't call the meeting to make sure that the people of Southern Sudan hear it, like the way they setting down in Jibo and they extend the transitional period to 24 months, which will be February 23 in coming 2024. So I need to be clear. When you do that, it's called the panic. It's called the panic. Even now, the people now people who are outside the country, but within inside the country now, it will cause a panic across the country. And why you do that? If you're a leader of that nation, and if you promise the people before, you will not take people back, or you not take the country back to war, and you know the IO they don't care. some people behind this, they will use this opportunity to come and influence IO to let war broke again in the country, which is I don't like to. I don't need this to happen. Even you, brother Tila, and all we, the people of South Sudan, wherever we are, we don't need a barrel of the gun again, like what happened in 2016. So for me, I back my president key, which is I'm supporting the government to change this or to make sure that there is a good faith of negotiation. If this thing become a dialogue and and
Your
and
voice
and,
is too
and
low. Come on, raise your voice.
yeah, my boy Trudeau now.
I know it's clear. Please don't open your mic if you want. Just write to the mod, myself and Murkudu.
Yeah, so
Just
I
go ahead,
believe it looked like
Francis.
I'm clear. So I was asking, and people told me I'm clear.
Yeah, you're very clear. Yeah, go ahead, please. Finish in 1 minute,
Thank you,
please.
brother
Yeah,
Tilo.
you
I
have
will
one
wrap it
minute
up
left.
now.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm about to finish. Yeah.
yes.
So there is the need. The hemisphere in the country now, it look like is temperature is too high, and our president will be the solution to make sure that our people going back to normal life. And I see there is the pension. When I call back home, people now are confusing what is going to happen. And the meeting is adjourned. It's supposed to be today. It's give people concern a lot, even I'm not within South Sudan. So I believe, uh, Brother Tila and those who are listening down there, we need to be specific, and I believe the agreement was agreement. If it was not agreement, and the reason also the G10 didn't step in, and the SWA didn't step in, but everyone have his own cake. But the president, the Minister of Defense, will belong to the IO, and that is why they're silent, and the IO respond to the president or respond to the IG. So we need to be specific here, and I don't think our government will be concerned. We have a deputy of defense. What is deputy minister of defense is from IG, and we have a chief of general staff. If there is something that's the wrong move, the IO did, it will be monitoring. And finally, if something were happen, and if there were concern from the government was, or sorry, from the president or from the IG, they were supposed to call IO and come and sit down, like the way they negotiate and raise their concern, and then the IO will answer it. If the IO did not answer it well, then it will lead the president to remove Honorable Angelina Tang by all means, wherever the IO need or not. But to move her instantly without meeting, without the people of South Sudan here, what was the problem? This thing caused the panic, and we don't need this to happen. We need them to sit down and think wisely in the next meeting. And if that is the case, if I will not back up, let our president change his mind to put
Thank you. Thank you
Minister
so
of
much.
Defense back to the
Yeah,
Iowa, because
thank
we
you.
don't need the pending, and we don't need the bloodshed in the country. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ustaz Francis. Thank you for your opinions. And we will continue to move the line, but we need to make sense of the agreement itself. Let me define once again what is consensus. بالعربي إجماع. Within the peace agreements, if President Salva Kiir agree with the G10 and agree with the other parties, the SOHA, it is a consensus. That means the removal of the Minister of Defense can be legitimized based on that consensus. You see, if we can refer back to the peace agreement. So this idea of having violation, President Salva Kiir violate the agreements, I don't think it's in place unless we have to justify that the other parties are in disagreement with the president. You see, so let us just try to find out exactly if the Soha, those of his hands are in agreement, those of G10 of Nyandings are in agreement, and the rest of the people or the parties to agreements are in the agreement to remove Angelina Tang. So we can be reacting to the decree of the president from the TV. President is not stupid. J1 is not stupid. They did their homework. You see, and don't be surprised tomorrow if the G10s are in the agreement to remove Angelina Tang. or the Soha, those of Hussein, are in agreement to remove Engineer Teng. You see?
Can I
So
respond to that, Attilo?
Uh,
I will come back to you. We will come back to you, D, to interject. Otherwise, I will let Joseph go and introduce Paul Motor, please.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, thank you. Okay, what I just want to comment is what Mr. Francis has said, that the government should have not even allowed the opposition to Riek Machar to take the defense position. That one is wrong, because the reason the reason is because the security arrangement were not implemented inappropriate. There were some suspicious in which the opposition they returned from the bush. They were not feeling secure in the hand of the government. So there had to be some kind of an award uh, given to the opposition in trust that there is a security in place. So I think that is the reason. Uh, the next person can move. Was it a Matektek or somebody?
Yes, it's my technique.
May I make one second bit for Joseph about what I'm saying? I say
It's
if the
your turn.
government
It's your
were,
turn. It's your
yeah,
turn.
Who?
if the government were about to be worried, like what happened during Motomor Waton and SPLM, they were supposed to give IO a different minister and leave the Minister of Defense with them. That's why I say before the government make the wrong calculation. So I'm not denying IO to have a very important key minister, but it was the government who give the IO a selection to select Minister of Defense. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
yeah, even the Minister of Defense was supposed to be deputized by the IG. So I think the balance was there in the first place. So government side didn't make any mistake.
So,
Sir Francis.
yeah, okay. I thank you.
Go ahead, Matektek.
I want to add the question first to Brother Didi. He said that nobody want to support Kir. I believe there is no anybody support Kir because Kir is not a Kir, is just a president of South Sudan. But I want to ask, did Kir remove
No,
Angelina?
I did not say that. Are you sure,
Hold on,
Patektek?
I need to ask you, did Kir remove Angelina for no any replacement or did they exchange the position? That's what I want to ask you a question first.
No,
If you can
Matektek.
have, yeah,
Matektek, please,
yeah.
you can go ahead with your thought. We don't want to make it one-on-one. You can ask that question later on. We will give him a
Yeah,
chance to
because
answer
this is
that.
my chance. This is my chance. Yeah, I just say yes or
Okay,
no.
just go ahead then. I'll finish your
But
thought. The question is taken.
was me. It was me who said it. But continue with your topic. I will answer you later if you want. It was not him. It was not D. I'm the one who
It
said it.
was
Kir
Muguru.
is not going to get support. It was me. And I will tell you the reason why. But continue with your topic.
Okay, I thank you very much, brothers Tilo and Ngordi and then Joseph. And thank you also for the platform of South Sudan Eagle Media. It's been a long time. I did not even hear what happened. It did not go on, or maybe I missed. So my name is Matiktik. It's good for us to participate in this forum. Whatever somebody said might not be true, but that is opinion. I heard a lot of people yesterday. They talking about the removal of Angelina Teny by Salva Kiir. But another thing I know, when Salva Kiir graduated the first forces, I think his message he was saying that is he is the only commander in chief in the country, which is mean if you know Kiir is a commander in chief in the country, I don't know you can be complaining today about what Kiir doing. Because we know in the military anyone who is a commander in chief can remove, can appoint, can send you anywhere he wanted. So if Kid come up today and change Angelina Teng from this position to give her another position, it's gonna be something that is Kir have to do with because it's not a violation. Even me, I don't see it a violation, but for the people who are not very smart, that is what they thinking is a violation because they don't understand between Kir and Machar because they think Machar is another president that compete with Kir, but President Machar is not very stupid, and he is very intelligent than any other opposition that is here, because he know exactly what Kir can do, and he know what he can tell to Kir. Even this position, Anna Sameto, he was consulted before the changes happened. But but Riek Machar cannot even tell to each of you about what they talk privately with Kir, and that is why now. But I'm surprised. Even I see now there is an opposition outside of the country. They prefer and they complaining now, even though they don't even have no position from what they doing because they are a different party. My brother who say here Kir should not change someone from a different party. First thing, this government, there is no two parties that is running this government. That is what I say. The people are not very correct
Matekdek,
when they read.
if you say party, if you use the word party, then there are two parties. Because Riek Machar himself, he owns his own party. And there's no right
That
kid can
that
go
is
and change from his
that
party.
is
There's
what
no
I
way.
say. It's not only Riek Machar party. Is we talk now. There is those of Abdel Bagi. There is those of Nyanding. They are the party. It's called a unity government. It's not called a two-party government. Okay. So you guys need to understand this one is called unity government. It is mixed with so many different parties, or they're not even really parties too. They just a unity government. For if you're talking about the IO only, then that is why you not understand why this is called the unity government. Because Abdel Baghi, you did not hear anything he said, right? And then also those of Nyandeng, you did not hear anything they said. Are they not a part of this revitalized peace agreement? Of course, yes. And can you ask yourself why they don't talk? Because they know
They,
what
they,
this is key doing is. Hey, Kalina Nantaya, brother, you guys say I want to talk. What wrong with you? Maana kande nasal
no,
gabel, again
no,
people
go on.
say
But when you talk, you ask question in your talking. Just talk. But if you ask question in the talking, you need to be answered. If you look into the way you're talking, you are asking question. But
that
continue
is
like
why
talking. But then
that is why I start with a question and you and Attila tell me that continue. We will ask you later on. Do you understand that what you say earlier? That is what I ask question first, but you guys
okay,
tell me don't ask.
continue.
Okay, so you need to make sure that you remember what you say first place, and then you can talk about it. That is why I start asking you guys, but you say no. So I'm keep asking you, write them down, and when I finish, the floor is yours, and you talk tomorrow until 2 days. Is okay, up to you. So you are the moderator. Thank you. So what I'm saying, I'm saying that is if the opposition outside they running their mouths on this position, first thing they don't even have no position in this unity government in Juba. And now it's the same thing Kir. They say Kir is violation, and it's going to be the same Kir that is going to sit with them in the room. You see how mistaken this is they doing? Now they want to tell to the Kir that is Kir is this, and Kir is gonna be their boss to accept the room negotiation in upcoming days or months. So if I know myself now, I don't have a position on that place, and I'm begging to get mine to go through this one, and I will be having my party. So what make me talk about what is going on with the IO? And I'm not a part of IO.
You 1 minute to summarize.
Okay, yeah, and they not should be IO. That is why now if opposition is still talking now, and this is the government is hearing them, they're going tomorrow to lose the negotiation in Rome, you know. And this is the mistaken, and this is a lack of political and a lack of intelligence. And that is why always I say, when you talk to your party, you can ask yourself, if IO, why are you talking about IO taking off? This is a party of IO. You're not a part of IO. What makes you talk? And you have your own party outside of the country. And you are going to beg Key tomorrow to accept what you're talking. Otherwise, Key will reject you every day. Why? Because of what you're saying on the social media here. So I'm saying, thank you for opening this room. What Kiir did is not a violation. If it is a violation, Kiir should get a lot of complaining with other parties, because what I know, this government is not called the two-party government, is a unity government, which is mean is mixed with different, more than one parties. So if other party they don't say anything, why you here come to say something about a different party and you not even a party, you not belong to that party. So Kir today he can remove even Kir, even Riek Machar. Are you gonna do anything? Of course no. But Riek Machar, he know when and what time he will be removed by Kir. He know it, you know. But nobody
Okay,
can say
thank you.
anything.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
can I
thank
I
you.
will
interject?
stop here. Thank you.
Can I interject,
Yeah,
please?
yeah, I'm going to interject, and then the D will interject. Get D one.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you this, my brother. What you saying, you are saying it off your head because it's what you believe. But I have to tell you something true here. If Kir have right to do whatever he want to do, he will not have right to prevent the people actually causing the conflict. He have no right. Last time when the conflict started, is because of the same process. He do what he did, and people get anger, and then they do what they do. So if we don't speak over this, or people don't debate over this, or he don't get judged by doing the wrong thing over this, there will still be conflict, and he cannot prevent the conflict. And if we all need the peace in the country, then we have to say, yes, Kir is wrong. Because he's wrong. He cannot jump from his position to go into other and remove somebody, swap somebody. You cannot swap the seat. It's given to them, it's given to them. If you think something is going wrong, you have to put the request through. They have to sit as a member of the parliament and they have to discuss about it and say, yeah, I need this person to be removed with the reason. You have to have a reason to put through the request with the reason that he doesn't need this person to be in the seat, and the IO whoever responsible for that person, they have right to sit and see and debate over it and then see how they're going to change that. But he have no right to go change. And if you think he has the power to do everything, he won't have the power to prevent the fight. He's not going to prevent the fight. So the
Are you
anger
are
that
you
people
are you are you or are you a different party? That's my question. Go ahead.
I'm voicing up as somebody is speaking on the base what I know is true, and you are here. You're not a part of the party. You have no you're not registered to any party. You are
I'm a
voicing up
government.
yourself, and
I'm a government party, so I can say anything about a government since day
you
one.
are a
So if you
government.
are
You are a
asking,
Actually,
so
government.
go.
there's nothing called
You are a
government party.
government
I'm a Texan.
supporter, not a government party. You are a government supporter. All of us online here, we are supporters. You are not a registered government party. You are a supporter. All
How
of
do
us.
you know? How do you know? Do you know me?
And do you even know me? You don't know me. I don't know you. So you can call of us here like we're not a
No,
party.
I'm
You just
asking.
talk. But
I'm asking you. You say I'm not this, but I didn't say you not this. I say are you
you
or
said
are
it.
you this? Just say. Yeah.
You said it, I'm not an IO. You said we not an IO, and I did not ask you. You're not here to come and confirm whether we IO or we register or not. But you the one came up asking if we IO all this stuff. No, talk based on why you here, and we talk why we here. But you don't ask somebody. You don't know anyone here. You don't know us. You know, we don't know you. You don't know us. Just talk based on why you here, and we talk based on why we open the room. We talk about. You know, it's like debating, but you can't say because none of us, if you're not registered, we're not registered. If you are registered, we are registered. You government supporter, I was one government supporter before, and I became out of it for a reason. And I'm
I
not here to
cannot be.
question you.
If SPLA register, I cannot be registered. How do you know this? How Matete can be registered? If SPLA is already registered, how do you compare this thing, man? This is the wrong question. If
But
SPLA
uh,
register and then I'm already registered, okay,
Brother,
but
you are not debating with us. All you're doing here is like fighting over something you don't even know. So let's move the line. Thank you.
yeah, thank you, Murkudu. D, you can come. Matekte need to know that we are all members of SPLM in the past. Everybody, whether in opposition or not, is a part of the SPLM, but not this SPLM now. Thank you. D, you can come.
Thank you very
Interject.
much, Mr. Joseph. And there has been a little bit confusion between me and Ngorkudi. I don't know, is it the voice or the names? Because when Attila was responding first, I believe he was responding to me. And then Matekte came again and did the same. Anyway, coming to the point. Yeah. I agree with Attila and Matekte on one point, that the president is the president of the country and the commander-in-chief of the unified army. Second, there is no co-president here in South Sudan. There is only one president. And also he has prerogative power, and as the commander-in-chief, he can make any decision when he wanted it. But having said that, he can only appoint or put a delegation that go to the international community to do whatever he wants. Or he can appoint a committee, like I mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 committee or task force, which is done unilaterally without consultation from other party, as well as others are the president. Why? Because those have not been mentioned in the constitution or in the bilateral peace agreement. And that led me to the point that Mr. Attila has been making again and again, that what is the consensus? That is the point of my interjections. The consensus is by that agreement, it brings them all together, despite that you and I know he's the president, he's the commander-in-chief, and there is no co-president. But with the agreement, it wants them to work together as executive. Now, why the other party are quiet? Like the Sawa, those of FD being represented by Madam Rebecca Nyandeng, and those of the other parties, the OPP. They are quiet because Angelina is not coming from them. Simply because of what I have said earlier, that the minister were divided on the onset of the agreement. That is what is in chapter 1, or I believe chapter 2. So when they were divided, it was agreed that whatever you have is yours until the end of the transitional government. If there is any change, it has to come from that party. And you have 14 days to bring the name. So no other party can go to the other party to select someone or to remove them without consultation or without the agreement of that party. So what can bring Nyandeng here when Angelina does not belong to her party? What can bring Abdul Baki here when Angelina does not belong to his party? What can bring Taban Dengai here when Angelina does not belong to Taban Dengai party? So the person to complain on her behalf is Riek Machar. But finally, like I said, all of these violations is Riek Machar's fault. And it has nothing to do with Salva Kiir. Riek Machar have just seen someone who have surrendered to him, have no power, so he can do whatever he wants. Thank you.
Man, I think I disagree with you on that part because there is no reason that you say that there is no you are not blaming Salva Kiir. He have all power on his hand, and he can do anything that he want to do. He can remove and replace. So the next person will be Paul. Paul, are you there, or you want Vietnam? Then we will start
Yeah,
moving people down.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Joseph, let Paul Matar go ahead. Otherwise, we will remove him because he's been passing his chance.
Yeah. After Paul Matar, we'll start moving people down.
Yeah. Before Paul Matar, just let me weigh in. Before Paul Matar, let me define once again what is consensus per brother Dane or D. I assume it's Dane. Sorry for that. The consensus is this: if the IG consult the SOHA, the G10, and other parties to the agreement, with exception with SPLM-IO, then that decision will be valid. So don't be surprised tomorrow if Nyandeng and Hussein Abdelbagi on behalf of SOHA and Nyandeng on behalf of the G10s agreed that Angelina should be removed. Then within the peace agreement is fine. It's not a violation. That's why I was asking a lot of folks to define what is violation is. I know we have a lot of problems. Even me, myself, I don't like President Salva Kiir because he's failed presidents. But addressing the agreement, I have to be very careful because I don't have to bring my own problem to address Salva Kiir because of the violation of the agreement. I know that Salva Kiir and his cabinet neglected a lot of communities. Where I came from as a Will community is the best example. Tweet Miadit, Abiy, and Rumbek or Lake State, and so on. But we have to be very, very careful. We will come to end of this. But we don't have to be emotional or try to grab opportunity that the presidents fail to implement the agreement. Even the other party, Riek Machar failed. He was echoing for the reforms of the SPLM. And guess what's happened? He was given 9 ministers and are all his extended family. Nasib, brother-in-law, and all this. You see? So let's move the line to next speaker. Otherwise, we need to be to focus. Where is the violation took place and cite the agreement itself? Article by article, provision by provision. Paul Motor, the chance is yours.
Thank you, Attilo. Hello, can you hear me?
Clear. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was to interject earlier, kind of give people some sort of direction. People said earlier that Riek Machar have been provoked, as if the government or the South Sudan belong to Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. That's a misstatement. It is not Salva Kiir, it's not Riek that being provoked. It's a nation that's being provoked. It is the stakeholders of this peace agreement that are being provoked. It's the ordinary citizen that is resting somewhere, feeling that there's a certain relative peace in the country that have been provoked. As you have heard from Francis, people are nervous now in various places and including Juba. What is going to happen next? Because our people are very dangerous with weapon in their hand. And Brother Attilo, I don't know, you almost sound like suppressing ideas from the citizen. And here it should be seen as a place where the freedom of speech should follow. You seem to be advocating for the government other than allowing the facilitation of the citizen to express their ideas. It's also the spiritual community, which Pope Francis went recently, that have been provoked. How did this happen? And who gave Salva Kiir Mayardit this strength? It was simply given by the opposition. Opposition, when they meet somewhere, somehow, they disagree on what they are supposed to agree on. They end up pointing fingers at particular tribe, more Dinka. And when other stakeholders that are supporting other opposition, when they see it, according to what I heard of some sources, they said, okay, y'all cannot be pointing fingers to the Dinka alone. There will be no government in South Sudan without Dinka. That become a problem. And when stakeholders, when they remove their hand from supporting other sources, then it gives President Salva Kiir additional spine that he can do whatever he wants. Something that Brother Tongjang called molestation. So molesting the whole country. The nation is provoked. And as a man of God and as presidential candidate of the Republic of South Sudan, whom I've been campaigning since 2018, I'm disappointed. And I'm also disappointed when Matektek said that that Riek Machar is the only wise opposition. That's wrong. Where did you get that? What gadget did you use to measure the level of intelligence of people who are killing our people? When I'm here with you in Clubhouse, making sure that our people are right. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Attilo.
Yeah, thank you. Much, Reverend Motor.
Matekte need to respond in 1 minute, and then
Yeah, we will give him. I gave him a green, so he will respond shortly. But I just want to respond to Brother Paul Motor. Just hang on. Let me station myself here because I was moving up and down. Otherwise, yes. Yeah, thank you, Paul Motor. Thank you so much by mentioning the church community, the faith community. It's you. I don't know, Paul Motor. Are you an opposition or someone who is inciting violence, or someone who is actually flaming problems? Because you have your own platform, and within your own platform, let me make it a little bit wider for the folks who are listening here. Paul Motor last night or the other day, you went as far as access Jingmom to room with a fake account, and you went to display that room in different room, Peradinka or Jing, because unity of Jing is very important. Can inspire the Acholi, the Mandari.
Why don't you guys focus on the topic, brother?
No, we will come back. Please do not interrupt.
Jungle, that's a jungle.
Yes, I know. Jonko, just hang on a second, because you given green a while ago, even last night, what happened, it's happened. This is the topic. We're talking about the unity. We cannot be biased all the time. You can be biased in your own setting and vicinity, but not in other rooms. We cannot utilize this room to the opposition to express themselves, or the government supporters to express themselves. The question is very clear. Where is violation took place? Please.
Okay, I apologize, brother. If that's the case, I will exit. If we are not welcome, then I will exit. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
It's up to you,
No,
Jonko.
no, Junko, don't
Just
go anywhere.
Joseph, just hang on a second. What I have to repeat that again. We cannot utilize this forum in favor.
Attila, that's wrong. I've never used any fake account. I have two accounts with Paul Mator Manyok, name fully spelled out. So that's a wrong statement.
Okay, you will. Okay. I will give you a chance later on to explain. But I'm very confused and flabbergasted about your position, Paul Mator. Are you against the government? Are you the oppositions? Are you someone is seeking to change the country? Are you what is yet to be defined by me? Because I'm still confused because of your position. Even the way you spoke a while ago regarding Brother Matektek opinions. You see? So now let's put back the room into order. Where was the violation took place by the president to remove Angelina Ting as the Minister of Defense? Please tell me within the agreement, tell me cite the article. What article? Justify that. The president is wrong. Tell me that. But what I know so far, there is something called consensus. That was mentioned in the agreement. The agreement was so bleak to take place or to resolve the conflict in South Sudan in the first place. People should know that. Not because President Salva Kiir is a perfect man. No, he's a fair leader. I will repeat that again. But the document or the agreement that was enforced on us to resolve the conflict in South Sudan was wrong agreement. It's not going to solve any problem. That's why we have a problem all over South Sudan. And to be biased and sit here, oh, this agreement or this decree is a violation of the peace agreements, as if Kiir and Riek Machar sat in Ethiopia and agreed and hugged themselves. Okay, yes, brother, let's go and implement this. No. And the best example is the hybrid code. The hybrid code is a part and crucial part of the agreement. Who introduced that? That people need to be punished. And if we need to punish people, Riek Machar and Salva Kiir need to be punished because of 2013 and beyond. So Salva Kiir told Nial Deng Nial, yes, we need to put a hybrid code so you can punish me and punish yourself. Or Riek Machar, move the motion of introducing the hybrid code so I can be punished, and my wife and Peter Gret. Why don't we have to be realistic, guys? Again, please tell me and tell the audience that removal of Angelina Ting was in violation of the peace agreement. How and where? Cite that simple fact.
I don't know whether you were listening, Attilo. It was brought clearly that Article 8.4. It had been put clearly if there's something that if there's a swap that's to take place, if there's a swap that had to take place.
No. Just please pull it out, Paul Motor. Just pull that out. Just pull that out.
Hold on. You are interrupting. There has to be a third majority.
Because I was speaking as a moderator, and then you interrupt me. Now we've been given a chance.
You told me to respond based on the article. You were listening where it has been violated, and that's why the meeting was called to take place today. What part of that message don't you understand? Now you are trying to label me as somebody inciting violence. I'm not. I'm a citizen. Hold on. You are interrupting a leader.
No, you can't.
You are interrupting a leader.
Who's
calm down?
Leader to who?
Leader to the voiceless. I'm the voice of the people.
I'm not voiceless.
Okay, I'm going to open my room then.
That go ahead.
All South Sudanese that want to hear the truth, let's go to the other room. Let's go to South Sudan Republican Party room.
No, Paul Mato.
You cannot suppress my voice. No.
Hold on. Paul Mator, hold on, Attilo, too. Paul Mator, our question is, okay, what Attilo want to find is, you have been campaigning for 5 years, like you said. Okay. So now, what do you think? Do you have any expectation that you're going to run for president anytime? Because every time the agreement is extended 2 years, 2 years, do you believe that you are going to run for president, or are you going to remain like one of my friends somewhere there?
It seems he has already left.
The guy is
funny. Now you are interrupting a leader.
Yeah, what I would to tell Jamal Paul Matozat, I don't know where he go. I would ask him. I know Paul Mator is confusing something here because he tells to the audience now. He say he's a man of God, and also he say he is the president candidate. He's a presidential candidate. So that is why. And he asking me that is he not agree with me because I say Riek Machar is a wise man than the opposition. This thing I want to tell him also because if he's still there, he's going to open the room again as Attilo anyway. So you guys gonna see him there. What I want to say because Paul is confusing people. He calling himself is a man of God, which is mean the man of God is nothing to do with the politics. A lot of man of God can be a buna, can be a preacher, can be a pope. That is all the man of God. Like if you come to be a president candidate, then you are dealing with a politics. The executive opposition, opposition is a political position. It's not like a man of. That is why now Paul Mato is confusing people. Sometimes he call himself as a man of God. Some of time he say he's a president, candidate presidential. And another thing also, international guy didn't tell now why Paul Mato say he cannot agree with me. Riek Machar is a wise man because Riek Machar he make his move to Juba. That is how the wise I'm talking about. I'm not saying he's intelligent for everything, but he thinking that is stay outside can take you longer. That is why now how many like my brother has Paul Mator, how long now Paul Mator is preaching as a candidate? How long? It's 5 years. Riek Machar now we have 5 years money. How much? It's $1 billion. Shakal also got a sort of. You see, that is how I say Riek Machar is intelligent because he make his move in. So they can deal inside the country, not outside the country. So thank you. They are my introduction. So
I don't know who was supposed to come next. We moved the line, but Attilo, I really appreciate the way you handle it because Paul Motor is going wrong. You can't just come here and say you are interrupting a leader. We all leaders here. You can be a leader on your own. And other thing too, if you was a leader, you can't just rush opening a room against somebody. That means if he's a leader and something happened to him, he will rush forcing his own troop to fight. That's why he should be patient and listen and then respond peacefully, not like the way he responded. So I think you guys can move the line. Whoever is next, I don't know.
Thank you so much, Kudu. Thank you so much. And let me tell you this. I'm going to put an end to Paul Motor dreams. Paul Motor, I respect him out of respect, not because he's a leader. not because he's wise, not because he understood the political situation in South Sudan, but I'm going to do that in some days to come. And he knows that very well. We cannot be confusing ourselves. If you are delusional, it's up to you. Please wake up, pray, go to the washroom, look to yourself. But you cannot just pull people left and right. Do not entertain the misery of communities. Open room left and right between Twij, Mayadi, and Ngok. Try to entertain that and go and sit and listen and laugh. Wow, they are fighting. Come on, we will come to that. Otherwise, we have to move the line. The next speaker.
Yeah, it's Abiam is the next speaker. Thank you, Atilio, because you cannot be pretending to be a leader and then you want to be a part of the dividing the community. And later on, and then you say that you want to run for president. You know, he's the opposition, I'm opposition, but he's my best friend, but I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not allied with somebody who is divisive. So I have been observing him, what he's saying here on the clubhouse. So I think the next person is Abiemnum. Abiemnum.
ممكن تدوا زول تاني فرصة لأن أنا مشغول هسي.
Okay, Alia bye.
Alia Banjol Baba.
Okay, do you guys hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank each and every one of you who have readers who welcome me and those who are in podium. And brothers down there listening to us. Demoting of the Prime Minister by the head of the state of Salva Kiir Mayardit have nothing to do with anything else in violence. That's a clear message. And I want to give you a highlight, some clear here. I need some of you to listen. The IO has been divided into 3 sections. Tabandengai,
Hey, what happened with Alia bye?
What happened to him?
my kid here, sorry. Am I clear, Attilo?
Yeah, you are
Yeah.
clear. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to give a clarification here. IO have been divided into 3 sections. The IO of Angelinatin and Tabandengai are the first remain in Juba when 2016 war break apart in J1. And that's why they remain in Juba and they cannot be able to afford to run Olympic to Congo. And Riek Machar has been lifted by the members of those hypocrites until he reached Olympic with a swallow feet. That's why IO remain as a government supporter. Within the Republic of People of South Sudan Constitution, there shall be no a single man can be there in a public seat for a long time. He have to be taken away according to Constitution. Remember, even if Riek Machar came and signed an agreement again and he became third vice president, make sure he take that seat. And that's why he's the defense minister. I have nothing to do with an agreement between Salva Kiir Mayardit and Riek Machar. And that's why most of the IO whom Salva Kiir has signed the peace agreement, by the time he come home, those members and ministers, they should be remain there. And if Kiir try to swap one of the ministers within there, then there shall be cancellation or an agreement between Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. That's the point blank. The same G10 are not all in. The G10 has been given one vice president, which is Mamanyade. The rest of G10 are outside. And this is the thing I want some of you here to take a look. G10 are not all inside. Plus, Senator Al-Bagi, when he come to Juba, he come with swamp. He come by the Lamakol, and that's where he has switched to take over the position nominated to Lamakol. That's the position. Now, if Salva Kiir came in, because it is a bigger thing that taking place, it will take even 2024. there will be no election. And I've seen some move. I have seen some move between Salva Kiir Mayari, where I see Turkel and Kwal Manyangdu, they are working together. And I see Wanigat and Kwal Manyangdu, they came to have the business forum, economic of Juba forum. Some of you need to know about it. This is the thing I have to tell you guys. So William and Linton will be taken away. Maybe there are change will taking place. Maybe Gita are coming. Maybe Tom Material coming. Maybe Wanigar coming. I mean, people like Emmanuel Jawi or people like Tom Material are coming or Lamakol are coming. So all these positions taking place. Maybe Salva Kiir try to give some top seat to those and opposition outside. And then where there can be reconciliation to members and apologize to people of South Sudan, so that all these members having an opposition or having a party, they should register themselves so that they can go and apologize to people of South Sudan. And then there's a starting campaign. If Kir cannot do it, then all international watching Kir. If not, maybe there is something Kir have behind it. Maybe there is a Janafil want to be given the power for his own secret agencies behind Jawan. And then there might be somebody who will take over Lake State, and then you make sure a call should be remanded. And this can be the way kids need to do it. These are the three things I have to put it to you. But another opposition here open the clubhouse and say this is violent. No, they are not violent. As Kir said, I will not take you back to war again. Maybe Kir can play the dirty politics within there. Maybe he will appoint somebody within there and say, take over. Then Janafil will take over because he can discipline those who are misbehaved with a gun. Thank you. I will stop there.
Great job. Good job. Good job. Aliabai. Yeah, the next person will be Alto. Alto.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, my name is Bull, and thank you, moderators, those who are up here on the stage, and the listeners down there. I think the question of discussion here is the removal of Minister of Defense by the president. Is it a violation of a peace agreement or not? If people follow the news and then things happen, you will not get confused. When people are signing peace agreement, there are stakeholders. Anybody that is a head of any party, like Riek Machar for IO, Adolbagi for opposition parties, called SOA, Mama Rebecca from FD. So these people, president cannot fire them. But everybody else, when it comes to governing, president has a right to fire anyone except those who are stakeholders. And if our recollection our memories can, if we can remind ourselves, the recent visit of the three men of God, there was an incident that is called a failure of security. The same day the Pope landed in Juba, that's when that incident happened in around Juba. I don't know which county, or is it Ye or whatever. So that was a failure of security. And who is in charge of security is Madam Angelina. So after they left, President Kiir said, what happened? We were going to investigate it, and we will find out quickly what happened. Why did that happen? So the investigation was launched. So president cannot just fire somebody without a committee that investigates. So investigation was launched, and I assume everything was brought to the president because he's the last man to make a decision. So he cannot fire those who are under Angelina. He can fire the one that he appointed. I mean, the person that report to him. So Angelina removal is justified by the failure of the security when this man of God visited South Sudan. That was a big deal. So her leader, Dr. Riek Machar, cannot do anything about this. Now the question is, did President appoint somebody in place of her? That's where the debate will come in. So you have to remove somebody first and then consult the right person for replacement. So I think if we have not rushed and waited to see, now there are this saying, oh, this swapping. I don't think that is official. There was no such thing called swapping. If there is a removal of interior minister, that's a different ball game too. We need to find out what happened. It has nothing to do with the removal of defense of minister of defense. The minister of defense has failed the security in the day that the security should be tight in the country. That is my observation. I'm not a supporter of a party or a government or whatever, but it's just let us just see things and say them as they are. The good example is when the SPLM and the National Congress Party had an agreement. Similar situation happened. Bashir was in charge. John Garang was his deputy, and then the other deputy. So when, or Salva Kiir. So when Pagan, as a minister of cabinet affairs, made a statement to the press that Sudan is a failed and corrupt state, that was what removed him. Bashir formed a committee. Pagan was investigated for his statement, and then it was not proved that the state was failed and corrupt. So he was removed and then replaced by the SPLM. I don't know whether it was Denga Lord that went or somebody went there. Or Dr. Riek Machar, I mean, not Dr. Riek, Dr. Lama Akol was recalled by the SPLM when when they seemed that there was a mistake that were made from his statement when he was a minister of foreign affairs. So the SPLM requested the president to recall their person. So that's how Dr. Lam was removed as the foreign minister from Sudan, and the SPLM replaced him. So I don't think there is. Let's wait until the minister of defense come from the SPLM. That's where the debate will head up. But if it is just vacant, okay, maybe. So, and we don't expect anybody to react from the other parties. If Denga Lor is removed as a minister from FD, Nyandeng will be notified, and then it would be something that was investigated and found that he has a fault. It's not just, oh, we don't like you now, let's replace you. It doesn't work that way. It has to be a mistake that happened, because you cannot say, oh, he came by agreement, so even if he made mistake, he cannot be removed. No, there's only one president. So my brothers and sisters, the removal of Minister of Defense is a president constitutional right to govern, to tell anybody that has failed his or her job that you have to go and we get somebody else. So I think that's how I look at it, and that's exactly what happened. I'm not saying exactly, maybe there are other things that are behind the scene, but I think that is what happened. So there's no violation. The violation will come when the president replace the minister from a person from his party. If that happens, then there is a violation. But right now, removal is a job of the president. If that makes sense. And thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. For well stated. And that's what actually I did lie on earlier in my opinion, that there is nothing wrong here. Is within the mandate and constitutional right for the president to remove anyone. The peace agreement wasn't meant to oversight the South Sudan constitutions. This is something that is yet to be consumed by a lot of the South Sudanese. Yeah, with that said, we have to move the line. Murkudu and Matektek, who is next? Brother Joseph.
I think
I'm here.
didn't stop.
I'm here now. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ustaz Samuel. Go ahead.
Okay. شكرا. أولا بسلم عليكم moderators والناس المستمعين. What is concerning us now in this issue is not the removal of a defense ministry or interior minister, but the switching of a minister is the one who is concerning us. والسبب نحن بنقول ليه تبديل بتاع الوزارات بيهمنا لانه في الاتفاقيه زي ما ناس كثيرين ذكروا، يقول في اتفاقيه بانه في بند بيقول بعد اتفاقيه تشكيل الحكومه او تقسيم الوزارات في الحكومه يكون بالاجماع بتاع الناس بتاع الوقعوا اتفاقيه. دي نقطه الحاجه بخوفنا، لانه السيد الرئيس ما جمع مع اي زول من اطراف الموقعين، حتى ولو هو اجتمع مع 4 أو 3 من مثلا سوا وجيتان وخلى IO برا، ده بكون زي الانقلاب، يعني ده ما وفاق.
كيف يا استاذ سامويل؟ استاذ سامويل بس استاذ سامويل استنى شويه استاذ سامويل. وبالاتفاق السلام في حاجه ما يسمى بالاجماع consensus. الاجماع اذا اتفق جناح سلفكير وجناح الاحزاب الجنوبيه تحت مسمى سوها وجي 10، هذا ما يسمى الاجماع. لهم الحق ان يقرروا في تمديد او ازاله اي وزير من الوزراء. دي موجود ومنصوص في اتفاق السلام الموجود. يعني هسي انا ما اعرف انت جايب كلام من وين انت. يتواصل.
طيب انت ذاتك لازم تحلل ذاته كلمه الاجماع. كلمه الاجماع بيعني شنو؟ بيعني وجود بتاع الطرف الاخر، يعني الطرف الاخر حتى ولو هو ما اتفق وبقيه من الناس اتفقوا وهو موجود، ده ممكن يكون شرعي. لكن اذا كان في غيابه بيبقى يعتبر مؤامره، لان ما في زول اتفق. الاساس البند ده الناس يجتمعوا فوقه بغياب الزول اللي بيخصوا البند الناس اللي بيجتمعوا به. عشان كده نحن بنقول لو دكتورية كان موجود والناس اجتمعوا وبقيه وافقوا على اساس يطلعوا يبدلوا وزارات، ممكن يكون مقبول. لكن دكتورية ما كان موجود، ونحن ما سمعنا ذاته بانه الاطراف الثانيين كان وقعوا اتفاقية ما كانوا موجودين، نحن ما سمعناه كده. وإنما نحن سمعنا بأن السيد الرئيس طلع قرار وطلع وزير الدفاع ووزير الداخلية عشان هو يطلع وزراء. ما في مشكلة هنا، ممكن يمشي لنفسه الحزب ويطالب بالعضو. لكن المشكلة المخوف هو إنه طلع وبدل وزارات، لأن الوزارات دي لما هم وزعوا وزارات كان اتفقوا، يعني هم قعدوا اجتمعوا أيام عشان يقسموا وزارات دي، فكل زول أخذ نصيب بتاعته وكل زول أخذ نصيبه. لكن الليلة عشان أنا قاعد معاك اتفقنا في حاجة يومتها بإنك أنت أديتني شيء معين، وأنا عشان أنا عندي سلطة قوية أكثر منك، بيجي بيشيلوا منك براءة. ده بيعتبر شنو؟ ده بيعتبر يعني فايليشن، لأن أنا اتفقت معك وأنت جيت وأنا جيت كسرت اتفاق بتاعنا بيني وبينك. فدي الحاجة بخوفنا. فبلد الحاجة بخوفنا ما عشان وزارات وبس، لكن بخوفنا لأنه اختلاف بتاع الجماعة ديل بتاع كير وريك بعد شوية بينتهي بشكله زي ما حصل سنة 2012 سنة 2013. دي كان عدم اتفاق، ناس اختلفوا في الاجتماع وحصل في الأخير القتال، ولما هم يشاكلوا الناس مساكين أبرياء هم بيموتوا. يا ريت لو ده ناس من أسر بتاعتهم يا بيموتوا، نحن ما بنقول أي حاجة. لكن بس بعد شوية هيرجع لنا، برجع لأهلنا، برجع لنا نحن كمواطنين جنوبيين. أهلنا هم اللي بيمشوا بيموتوا في الحرب اللي هم عارفين أي حاجة، وبعد الحرب ينتهي هم بيتفقوا وبيحكموا بلد ويوزعوا قروشهم ديل على أنفسهم بدون ما يشوفوا ناس اللي ماتوا. انت اذا كنتوا بتتخيلوا يا جماعه في ناس في جنود هسي عندهم طلق في جسمهم، الطلقه ده ما طلعوا له اسره يا بجازف، اسره يا بجازف بنفسه على اساس يودي ولدهم للعلاج للعمليه، لكن الحكومه ما بيعمل اي حاجه. نهيج من الناس القتلهم، زول القتلوه خلاص نسون يعين. فدي النقطه نحن دايرين ننبه فوقه الناس اللي بيحكموا البلد بانه الحاجه هم بيعملوا فوق ده غلط. جنوب السودان ما حقتهم، ما بتاعتهم، ده مملوك لاي زول. وده الحاجه ذاته بخوف الناس اللي في المعارضه. الناس اللي في المعارضه يقول نحن دايرين نقعد نحن كجنوبيين نتفق عن طريقه نحكم به بلدنا، لانه جماعه ديل خايفين من شنو؟ نهايه بتاع فتره بتاع حكم بتاعتهم وهم ماشيين للانتخابات، بعدين هيكون في شكله بينتهي بشكله. ده الحاجه بخوفنا. وبلد جنوب السودان ما بيتحمل على اساس يحصل اي مشكله ثاني في جنوب السودان. نحن ما بنتحمله ثاني. ده الكلام اللي نحن بنتكلم فوقه. فلما نحن نيجي نتكلم ونقول شيء الفلاني غلط، ده ما مجرد معارضه، ده الحاجه صح وغلط. لازم نحن نستشير له ونقول يا فلان انت عملت غلط. حتى ولو الزول ده اخوك لازم تقول يا اخوي كلام ده غلط، وهيقتل ناس عشان الناس يجاملوا انفسهم بالمسألة فوق موت وحياة. ده ما بيجي. فانا بقي في مكاني لانه انا سايق اساسا وما عندي تركيز، وعشان نخلي فرصه برضه لناس ثانيين. يعني الحاجه عمله السيد الرئيس ده غلط وممكن يقتل ناس ثانيين. ولو انسان بيهمه امر بتاع المواطن في بلده مفروض ما يعمل كلامه ينتظر ينادي الدكتور يقول يا دكتور وزيرك الفلاني عمل كده وعمل كده انا عايز اطلعه. لو هو عايز يبدل وزارتين لازم ينادي الاعضاء بتاع الاتفاقيه ويقول لهم يا جماعه نحن دايرين نبدل فتره بتاعتنا بتاع التنفيذ يومتها اللي كان عدل لنا اتفاقيه انتهت، نحن ماشيين للفتره الجديده. فعشان نحن نمشي لفتره جديده لازم نحن نبدل وزارات ثانيه يا جماعه. ده معقول، ده معقول، ده بيوري بانه هو ذاته عنده نيه لاستمراريه بتاع الاتفاقيه. لكن كون ما هو يعمل على كيفه ده بيوري بانه هو ما عنده نيه على اساس يطبق الاتفاقيه ده، وده بيوري ذاته بانه هو مشكله في جنوب السودان. انا خلاص انتهت في النقطه دي. شكرا.
Okay, Joseph. I don't know when you guys brought somebody up here. Make sure that you see the line too. I know back moderator who did not brought somebody up. They will confuse for the line to go.
Yeah, the person that is coming is a call, and then a bill after that.
Okay, before that person come, I need to tell to my brother Biemnam for what he put there. That is his opinion. But the problem is here. Kir is the president of Sudan and is only commander in chief. Ugala Gedamnat, he's all Arab. First thing also, IO is a different party, and the same IO that is he was involved in a fighting between Cholo and White Army. You guys was talking about criticize Angelina. Girl Angelina served the Chekala Vita Motanin. He killed people. Ayu Betau United, the same thing. People now they talking that is no, Angelina should not be removed, and this is the same Angelina they talking last time, And this is a different party too. It should not be somebody opposition who have his own party, which is can be registered tomorrow. Is the one who judging Kir, which is mean is supporting Ayu. He's supposed to say, okay, I wait for my side.
متكتك إذنك في حاجة أنت ما فهمته هنا يا متكتك. نحن الناس ما بتكلم عشان أنجلينا طلعوا، الناس بيتكلموا لأن وزارات بدلهم. يعني يعني مثلا أنت وأخوك عندكم بيتين، اتفقتوا على أساس أنت تقعد في بيت وأخوك يقعد في البيت. بكرة أخوك الكبير قال يا أخي أنا بشيل البيت ده بدون ما يتفق. ده هو ده نحن بنتكلم فوق يا متكتك.
So what no, but my مشكلة هنا okay, مشكلة هنا ده بين IO IG. What make other different? Who is not IO and IG to questioning the Kir? Supposed to say, okay, if you guys battle it, it's okay, up to you guys. And also you guys criticize Riek Machar. Riek Machar is surrender to Kir. Okay, if Riek Machar surrender to Kir, and now we get in position to remove by Kir, and what is your question? Now again, and the same thing, people in a forum here and a social media saying Kir, Riek Machar is surrender. Okay, Riek Machar is surrender, he accepted. And what makes you now to support Riek Machar again and he surrender, you already know it. And this is the question I ask the people, because you say something and tomorrow you contradict yourself again. Now I see you supporting IO, another position to IO. Like in tomorrow you say Riek Machar surrender. What is this? You confuse people, Thank you.
Matektek, let me help brother Abimno. Matektek, opposition, when Riek Machar, although he's in the government, when he come out, is still gonna is opposition. His voice is on the side of the opposition. Although he's a part of the government, we blame all of them. So because when he joined the government, that's when you hear people are complaining. But when he's outside, then he become opposition. People the opposition support him, because he's a part of the opposition. So that is why maybe when you see people talk trying to support Riek Machar is a part of the opposition, but on the agreement is the government. So that is why you might hear those kind of confusion on that part. So anyway, let move forward. Call. I
Uh,
think you
uh,
can.
okay. Thank you, moderators, Brother Attilio, Ngorkudu, Ren Matektek, and Joseph, and those who have already spoken, and the listeners, and those who are still on the line here to contribute. I think this room happened to come early before even Brother Attilio, but I don't know whether it's a different room. And I find former Tor was there with Madura Anyar and Sister Anokia. And I was just raising my hand like 4 times and nobody brought me up. But I would just come to want to respond to my sister. This was in the morning here in America time. I don't know another part of the world at that time. Like Morkudu is seemed to be living in Australia. I think it's now nighttime for him. Anyway,
Wrong room. That was wrong
regarding
room. It was the wrong room.
yeah. Oh, there was wrong room. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Yes, okay, yes, because sister was complaining that the ladies are not being respected in South Sudan, and I was down there and tried to come up so I can respond to it, and then to give the history of the world, like in America. I said South Sudan respect women, and we started better pudding, but nobody brought me up anyway. But anyway, if it was the wrong room, that's okay. Now. Coming to this kind of thing, what I want just to add to what Matektek had just responded to Brother Piemnom, Ajama, whenever you want just sometimes if you ring a bell and you keep ringing it, you know, people will respond to that bell ringing. And this is what I have just seen to so many who are against of what has happened in Juba. Some are even try to jump into rumors or allegation or whatever you hear, like swapping position, like the ministries have to be swapped. Like what Biemnom is now critical about is about hearing that maybe a minister of interior is to be given IO and the defense given to IG. And he just want to just throw himself into that fire like a termite, you know? As people who are mature, and to him, I respect him a lot. I always find him here in social media, and I think he's from Biemnam, and that's what he has given the name. And he has to be concerned, actually. This is the very community that has really paid dearly price in all any incident that happened, whether in the 80s or 90s and today. So he has to be concerned. But here is what I want to say here. I think Brother Attilo has a talk with Formator, and Formator has issues. And that's what he has now, and just ran because there was a day people were talking his presidential kind of thing, or how he present himself. People were questioning a lot of things, like opening the room and then leave it to the others to fight over. You see, it has been his own thing, and there never been any time he has present himself to tell people of South Sudan, like what he has said to Brother Attilo before, that he's the leader of voiceless. What is he offering to Boyless now? What hope? I'm not saying material kind of stuff, but is there anything substantial of a candidate to tell to the people to hope for, that really, if there is an opportunity or an opening door, this kind of person will be our guy? What is he offering? The man never even visited Africa or whatever. What is the Boyless he's talking about here? Anyway, coming to your topic here, brothers, and not to bore the audience and those who want to contribute, people sometimes, as South Sudanese, we have to question ourselves. We are very fortunate enough to, yes, our country undergone a very severe civil war that really scattered all of us, all over the countries, whether in Africa continent and then beyond Africa, or which majority of us find themselves in the Western atmosphere, which is the Western world, whether Australia, Europe, or America, or Canada. Majority of us find ourselves there. But those of us who are really went far ashore from the countries called South Sudan, we are the very problem even to the people of South Sudan. We always take anything we had back home and we just want to cook it and put all this kind of toxic kind of thing to make it boil them so that it can explode. Like, if it's not in a class of atomic, it will actually create a very severe division back home. Those who just come to the Western world. And then you have to question yourself, what have you learned in the Western world of which you can even be more worse than those back home? Because you a person who have went to a Western world, and whether Africa, other African countries, you might have got something to learn that you can take back home and change the thing. We are not. Now, even the neighboring countries within South Sudan, they are made of tribes, and there never been any time you find in social media shouting, calling the name of tribe. Kenya by itself, Kenya is made up of tribes, and I can even count them to you. Uganda, Ethiopia, Nigeria is the most tribe country in Africa continent. It got 200 and something plus. And have you ever come across talking about tribe? But South Sudan, I'm really tired of all this. The moment you find them, it's about tribes, about Dinka thing and all that kind of thing. As if South Sudan is the only country that happen to have tribes. Now coming to all this kind of politics, this is where it winds into it. South Sudan has one president, but that is not in the mindset of opposition. Whenever you create your own militia and you are absorbed in, you still be like you are a commander-in-chief of all, whether your people are observed to interior or police and wildlife and all what have you. You always like you are the president of those people, not the president of South Sudan called Kir Mayar. Because Kir Mayar will be just taken as a Dinka thing. It's not a leader of South Sudan. And this is what is happening now here. If it is not, and then the reshuffling is everywhere in the world. I don't even know where are these people coming from anyway, like the language of Salva Kiir. Where are you coming from? Because reshuffle happen in every government, whether in the West or whether it is. I've never been in Europe like Russia. But I think in a communist country, you cannot speak. But in the Western democracies, reshuffling happen. Even in America, where I live, reshuffle happen. You have to be reshuffled out. But in South Sudan, it has been taken whenever a son of a certain community or a certain region is taken out, it is the community rising up, or the political party, or call it opposition. They don't see it, that this is the government doing his job. They don't see it that way. Now, reshuffling of Regina is what now people are roaring a lot here. And there are so many ministries that have been decreed out. And the decree of Kir Mayar is something we have to leave him. Maybe the next president later on, people of South Sudan, if they have chances to vote, we have to vote out also the word called decree, because decree has served no good to people of South Sudan. And another thing that will be voted out by South Sudanese people, if there can be any chance for people to be allowed to vote later on, appointment of a head of a state to appoint you to a job without even a portfolio checkup or to check your background and what you have and all that, and then the parliament to be the one to debate on it and see this person is fit, because you are appointed to serve the country, not the president. Yes, you have to be loyal to the president. That is everywhere in the world. It's not in South Sudan, but you also have to serve your country. When you serve your country, you are serving the head of state, that's the president. And that's why sometimes what we call head of state has a commander-in-chief of the armed forces, because he is the one he had to consult his parliament. In a situation of Africa, a president can decide without any parliament. But in the Western democracies, head of state, sometimes there are things that are prerogative that allow a president to take, a preemptive action without even consulting the parliament, or what you call the Congress in case of America. Yes, it would be investigated. But if you see, this one is for the interest of the country, he had to take a quick reaction because he don't want to play politics. You see. So now, I don't know a political maturity we have here in South Sudan. We just started, and it is about violence and all that. I think what I want to add it here, brothers, the moderators. No, I'm concluding. Oh, you want to question me?
Yeah, I want to add something because you just mentioned something very important here regarding to the security intelligence question.
Okay.
You have said that the president can take action at any time to protect the country or to do anything that is deemed like to be danger to the nation, right? That's what you say.
Right.
So let question. I'm questioning you now in regarding to the relief of the Minister of Defense. Do you see anything interfere with the in regard to the status quo that you just mentioned?
Right. Yes. This is what I have to come to it now to Angelina Tang. If you see the problem that are happening in the border of South Sudan, there are so many. There are so many incidents. Leave alone the JB or what they call the White Army and all that. People be like there was interest being played in it. But if you see what happened even in the border of Natapal on those of Kenyan border side, and even a lot of incidents happen in our borders with the other countries. And then there was also, and I didn't confirm it, but maybe some of you might have heard it. There was also agreement that she made without even consulting the president with the Khartoum to sign a Papa Zone with the Khartoum regarding the issue of Twitch and ABI. And he went and signed, and the Papa Zone, when you make a Papa Zone, there had to be some kilometers that had to be made. And then one thing, this happened, even the Twitch itself is cut even to the side of a VA. You see, these are allegations that I heard. These are rumors, and I didn't confirm it, but I heard she has even went and signed papers with Khartoum government or those of ministry position there in the government of Khartoum with her without President Kiir knowing that. Imagine if that happened. If it is really proven happened, then she will really be questionable because that thing is very sensitive. You cannot even create a power zone without your head of state consulting that meeting, and then she will have to consult with President Kiir before she go even and sign papers, and then to see where is the bubble zone going to be created, because is a BI now or not, you see. So there is a lot of allegation going on with this ministry kind of thing by brothers. And so, plus with something maybe you might know, and given that her background, she's not a military lady.
Yeah, time,
Well. Okay, and then with the time there, I thank you guys. But what I want to say is here: let not just be emotional whenever we hear things, and then you just grab anything, and people will be like, "He's going to put out to war." The only thing that can bring to war, if Riek Machar is sacked by Kiir without the transition period and go to election, this is what bring war. You cannot, because it's a party to the agreement. But the ministries, they can be fired, they can be swapped. I don't think anybody can take a gun about that. And I yield my mic back to you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, Joseph. Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Cole. We will move the line before I yield the mic back to Joseph to move the line. I just want to build on your point regarding the agreement and the country and the commanding in chief. You remember back in the days, about a few months ago, there is this general called them in ABA, the chief of the area, came publicly in Juba and stated that lack of commanding over the forces of in the region was amount to the crisis. It was the root cause of the crisis between the Twitch and Ngok. That led him to be relieved from his position. You see, why I'm bringing that up for the folks who are not going to be confused. We have only one president. We have only one commander-in-chief, who is President Salva Kiir, per the agreement and the constitution. So if you believe that the peace agreements oversight the constitution of South Sudan, that was wrong. That is wrong. And this is where Angelina Ting came to find a problem, because she was accounting to her husband, Dr. Riek Machar, and it was wrong. She need to work with the commander-in-chief. Who is the commander-in-chief? Is the President Salva Kiir. You see how complicated it is? Otherwise, I call you are right. Angelina Ting, she's a good woman, well educated, but she's a loose Minister of Defense. That's my opinion. Should have even done a better job than what she did last time before she was released from her position. Otherwise, she deserved to be released, because you cannot run a country based on two commander-in-chief, because she was considering Riek Machar to be commander-in-chief in the Republic of South Sudan that was commanded by the President Salva Kiir, regardless if you don't like Kiir or no. So we have to put it right. Otherwise, Joseph, I will yield the mic back to you. Move the line, please.
Yeah, I just want Abiel to go as it, and then Gabriel after. Abiel,
Yes,
if you are
yes,
not there.
no, I'm here. First of all, I would like to greet all the moderators, Brother Tilo, Joseph, and Ngong, and Ngarkudu, and all the panelists that are speaking. This is a very sensitive topic that we are discussing because it's related to the implementation of the R-ARCSS itself and being the law of the land incorporated into the Constitution of South Sudan. Before I went and pulled out the article itself, the R-ARCSS. We are talking here, considering that President Kiir is a commander-in-chief or the president of the country. But we are talking based on the agreement, and anything that need to be said in whether replacement or swapping of the ministries should be discussed based on what have been signed. If we're discussing that President Kiir without an agreement, I don't think many of us will not come and talk. But since we are talking based on the agreement and what was written in the agreement, so I took upon myself to go and revisit what the agreement said, the R-ARCSS regarding to the replacement and the removal procedures. It is in Article 113. It said here, Article 113.1, that each party may remove its representative in the Council of Ministers and nominate replacement by notifying the President with at least 14 days notice. This is what we are talking now. We have seen the response by the SPLM-IO, who has actually the right to replace based on the agreement. So I'm going to say that President of if they were not notified, that it is upon the party, not the president, because president has his that was allocated to him based on the agreement. If he actually decided to remove those of his appointee, I don't think even none of this will be able to cannot come and justify that there's a violation of the agreement. But since the SPLM-IO, the main principle of the agreement protested that they were not consulted. If a president has opinion about the person in charge, he, as the president of the republic, based on the agreement, can nobody consult the SPLM-IO. That Jamana, I lost trust on the minister that you have appointed. So now I need you guys to go and do something about it. This is what the article said. So I believe there's a violation of the agreement itself by the president if SLM IO were not consulted on removal of the ministers. I also went and tried to find out where it said whether there is a swapping of the ministries based on the agreement. But that there's nothing mentioned. But it said here that each party it party shall maintain the nominee until the end of the agreement. But now we are talking about the roadmap. I don't know what the roadmap said. Whether the roadmap continue to there's no any amended in regarding to this article. If there's no amended regarding to the replacement
Abiel,
and the yes.
I just want to interject before you finish. My question to you is this: was the peace agreement, derived peace agreements, overtaken the South Sudan Constitution? In other word or other angle, do the function and duties of the presidents, according to 2011 of the South Sudan Constitutions, were nullified as a result of the peace agreements? Answer me, and then you can continue.
Yes, I believe they were, because we are working based on the agreement itself, and President Kiir is leading the country based on the agreement, not based on the constitution. But that's why whenever he relieve or appointed, he will always, cited the agreement that the constitution has been amended based on the agreement. So I believe that President Kiir is leading the country based on the agreement, not based on the constitution of South Sudan.
So you're saying that the appointees of the IO, where they were read out by the presidents, Mr. X and Y is the Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Health, per IO, according to South Sudan, the Constitution of 2011 amended in 2013. That was wrong?
It was amended based on the agreement, Attilo. I think that's what it been cited. Yeah, it's amended based on the constitution.
No, by citing the constitution, that was wrong.
Because no, it is not wrong, and that's why they cited the agreement. That's why they cited the agreement too, because agreement now became the.
Abiel, the agreement is not a constitution that can run the country. The agreement was meant to be incorporated into the constitution of South Sudan, not to overtake or nullify the constitution in the first place. This is the point that I want you to make sense of. Otherwise, I don't know if we are on the same page. Constitution of the South Sudan wasn't nullified as a result of the peace agreement.
It is now the constitution. It is the supreme law of the land. It is the one that prevailed over the previous constitution. There's nothing else. But it's still, like I said, the person to blame here is Riek Machar. It is all his fault.
Yes, okay, Mr. Reed, let Abiel finish. Abiel Malish, sorry for interrupting, but I just want to...
that's good, yeah.
Go ahead,
brother. No, the way I understand it, we are analyzing this removal, even the objection based on the agreement that was signed. And the RCD itself gave each party the prerogative of removing, the appointee with consulting the president within the 14 days. This is what it said here. Otherwise, if president can decide to remove and appoint whoever he wanted, then we are not talking about the agreement. Then he actually nullified the agreement that we are talking about. But if the agreement is incorporated into the constitution of South Sudan, then the party in which appointed the members should be consulted. And I believe that IO may have a ground to object the removal of the the defense ministers, or even the swapping of the ministry. And that's why earlier I asked Edmund about whether there is an article talking about the swapping of the ministry. And if it is, then there should be no violation of that. But if it's not there, it says that until the end of the period. That means each party allocated to this ministerial position have a right. I'm not saying that president cannot have objection of who they can appoint it, but this always goes back to the party that should appoint the representative.
No. Yes. It doesn't go back to the parties, because once the agreement is incorporated to the Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan, then we have only one document we refer to as South Sudan Constitution amended of 2013 or 2015 or 18. That constitution gave the president a right to remove and appoint. Do you agree with me with that? In that the document that we have right now in the Republic of South Sudan is called the Republic of South Sudan Constitution. Within that republic or within that constitution, there is a provision or the duties and function of the president is to remove minister from their position and appoint.
Atilio,
Yeah.
brother
Okay,
Atilio,
let me read this. Just a minute.
Let me help you, Abiel, a little bit, because
Okay.
Atilio, I think when the agreement expired last month, somebody Mike, okay, Abiel, I think your mic. When
Oh
the
yeah,
when the
my
when
mic
the
is open.
agreement
Your network, Joseph.
it might have give the
Okay.
okay, yeah, Abiel,
Yeah,
go
there
ahead.
you have
Okay.
one finish, please, brother. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. I'm going to go over the article 113.2. It actually talk about that in the event that the ministerial post fall vacant during the transitional period, the replacement shall be nominated by the top leadership body of the party that first selected the ministerial portfolio as appointed on the commandment of the transition. The replacement ministers shall serve in the office until the end of transitional period. Now we are talking at the end of that. There is a roadmap. The roadmap we should visit actually. The roadmap to be able to justify that there is a violation of the agreement. But if the roadmap carry on this agreement as it was signed in 2018, made in 2018, then I believe that President Kiir has actually violated the agreement itself by removing the Minister of Defense without consulting the same IO. And this is what I can just end. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We will move the line, and Biel Kon, thank you so much for your input. Joseph, Joseph.
Yeah, I want to add something. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
can
yeah,
you hear me?
we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yes. What I want to say is, I think Abiel is correct in most part, because when the agreement is signed, is signed based on all parties or everyone that are in the stakeholders are the one should agree on the agreement, right? So there is nothing is a little bit different within the constitution. The constitution is there, but does not limit the agreement to be used, because even though it is expired, there is an extension, and that extension meaning it reactivate the already expired agreement. Although there is a constitution in which the president can act anytime based on some other element, but other than that, I say that what Abiel said, I think is a correct one, because agreement, if the president have to act based on the agreement, if he done this before February, I would have said that maybe he could have violated the agreement. I'm sorry to sound like I'm confusing Abiel, but so maybe president might have assumed that now agreement has expired, so now I have all the power to do whatever I want to do. But he does not know that when he said that he extended the agreement, that means the power of agreement should be still in the place. So definitely, now Abiel have right. The president has violated the agreement. Thank you. Let's move forward.
Yes, we can move the line. Yes, but we intend to agree or disagree, but otherwise we will let other folks weigh in. So, Dr. Muyen, you are here. Be quiet for a little while. If you want to interject every now and then, so you are more than welcome. But once again, Article 8.4 of the Left Peace Agreements indicate that the parties to the agreements may extend the agreements or the governments of national unity for whatever, even there is no cap, 2 years, 3 years. That's why they came to the agreement, Dr. Riek Machar and President Salva Kiir and the rest of the parties, to extend that. The extensions happened few months ago, before even the ending. It's something was debated by a lot of South Sudanese, but they didn't know that it was within the document itself, gave the parties a right to extend the agreement. You see where I'm coming from with this? So this idea of violations, we don't know yet. And again, even if the camp of the IO are in disagreement with the President Salva Kiir not to remove Angelina Ting as the Minister of Defense, regardless of that, if President Salva Kiir camp and the the Soha camp and the G10 agreed upon removing the Minister of Defense, then it is illegal and it within the legality of the peace agreement. You see, so there is no any argument here to justify that. Oh, there is a violation. No, because without React camps, Angelina Ting and her husband Salva Kiir can decide for a constitution and the agreement with the warning parties or the parties to the agreement. Those three entities that I just mentioned a while ago, the G10s and the Soha and Dr. Salva Kiir himself, because three of them are enough to make or decide. Otherwise, there is no point to argue that there is violations, because I did ask Edmund earlier, where, in what article, in what chapter in the Constitution mentioned the violation? There's nothing like that. And apart from that, President Salva Kiir was used to demonstrate his discretion to pick from the Soha three nominations, and this is where Hussein Abdul Baga came to be vice president. You see, yeah. Let us move the lines. Otherwise, we can come back.
Gabriel.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brother Tilo. In particular, because I saw you were with us yesterday. We were in another room and we spent so many hours discussing the same topic. And it's good that you have continued. You are continuing with the same issue. I would like to thank you in particular for that, and all the rest of the other moderators and the panelists and the people who are listening down. I would like to know from you, the moderators, before I share my interjection. Who among you is the government official? Because it makes sense sometimes when we direct our question to somebody known to be like yesterday in the other room, David Biel was talking representing IO, and it was easy for the panelists and the audience to direct their questions to David Biel, who was talking on behalf of IO. Because sometimes also we should direct our thing where it is due to, where it is supposed to be. Because we should not mix things. Because even here in this room, I know there are supporters, but not government officials, and also we have opposition officials. So I will be very pleased to know if there is somebody representing the government here. That would be my first point that I would like to know. Second, I would like to appeal to request you, Brother Attilo, in particular, because you are somebody who is intellectual, and all of you, the moderators. An intellectual is somebody who judges things in a logical way. You should not be emotional, because the reason why you open the room is for you are inviting people who can debate, and you cannot expect each and everyone to agree with you. You should have that tolerance Even if somebody has disagreed with you, you have to tolerate. You need to be patient with that. Where I've said this, I have seen here Paul Mator and others who were trying to disagree with you, and then they left the room. So always debates, people disagree. People disagree, but even that room we were in yesterday, we had disagreement, but finally we came to agreement. It is good when we disagree to agree, not to disagree completely, because we are talking about national issues, not individual issues. We are talking about national issues, South Sudan. I don't know if maybe you could clarify for me. Is there anybody from the government before I make my point here?
Yes,
Somebody
I will help you, because I don't want you to waste your time and our time as well, brother. Thank you so much. We are not government official, but we have members of the opposition within us here in this room. If I can mention a few of them, Brother Samuel or Biemnum is a member of the real SPLM, and myself and Murkudu, Dr. Mayuen, are ordinary citizens, and Francis Majak as well. Abiel Kon is a member of the new movement that was formed recently by the Jaish al-Ahmar, or the Lost Boy. You see some, I've actually in love with them because they have a very good views. Comrade is a part of the SPLM, real SPLM. I don't know about Petio. So with that, you can move. There is no any government officials here in this forum or in this discussion, unless you want to to just unveil yourself from whatever is carrying you to speak freely. Otherwise, you can go ahead. I know Dr. Mugen used to work for the government of South Sudan, but he left that post, and it's very clear on his view as well. But I assume that, not assuming, but I know him personally. He's someone that he speak out as a person or a citizen of South Sudan. Otherwise, you can go ahead, brother.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The reason why I've asked, I'm not supporting the government nor even the opposition. I'm talking as South Sudanese. Yes. Brother Tilo, we it's good to be honest. Abiel has set a very good point, and even Brother Ngong, or they have, the reason why we are worried, and the reason why even we are opening rooms about this topic in particular, it concerns many of us, because we are seeing something that went wrong, that need to be talked about. I have heard you were talking that you were saying that you are like separating the constitution with the peace agreement. The peace agreement has become a part of the constitution. That is why you see whenever the president issues a degree, he cites the peace agreement articles.
No, that's wrong. Correct your information. The president always cite the constitutions, and the peace agreement will be incorporated into South Sudan constitution. So the bigger picture here is South Sudan constitutions, amended of 2013.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. But all of us, we have been monitoring. We have been seeing the SS TV and so many media. Anyway, in the constitution, there are things that are written. Now, if let's assume you and I have agreed on something, you put your signature on it, and then I have signed it. It has become our guiding principle, because you have signed it, I have signed it. So that guiding principle, the moment you go out of that you have signed yourself, then I will see you like you have violated the same guiding principle that you have signed. That is why there is a concern here. That is one. Number two, don't you know that also these decrees that our president have been issuing are also sometimes, some of them are a part of the problem? If you go back to the genesis of the problem, the cause of the very problem that we are talking about, that broad problem to South Sudan, is one of the degrees. That is why we as South Sudanese, we are very concerned of the same degrees we are talking about. Because if these degrees are only issued, yes, I know very well that the president has a prerogative, he has the discretion to dismiss, to appoint. That is his duties as the president of the country. But there is a need also sometimes to consult. You know, even you, Attilo, you somebody who went to school, and all the moderators here. Sometimes there is a need for consensus. There is a need for consultation. You know, to avoid negative results, to avoid blame games. You know, that is the issue. And that is why you see the agreement has been extended to avoid people going back into square one. Is because that is why they call it a roadmap to follow. It's a direction to follow. But that does not mean that the roadmap also can violate the president responsibility at the head of the country. No, that is not the issue. Because if you see this government, the current government, is a composition of parties to the agreement. That is why they say in that article that is cited, 1.13, you know, there is what we call, there is a word that say collegial. The word collegial means I have to do it in consultation with you because you are a part of this, you know. So that is why there is a concern here, because it should have been, president should have asked Ria, his vice president, that I am seeing a weakness in Angelina. For example, you have given an example of ABA, and there are other incidences. If that is the case, then he should have asked his vice, I am seeing 1, 2, 3. Angelina is not fulfilling her duties as defense minister. So I need to take her out. And then the two, they can discuss. You know, they can discuss. But all in all, Riek is the first vice president. They are supposed to talk, two of them. You know. So my brothers and sisters, that is why we are concerned, because these degrees sometimes they bring complication. You know, they bring complication because now we have learned a lot so far about these degrees. Some of them, sometimes they start very normally, because even now we can see it has never also happened where somebody is removed and not replaced. You can even study that there is a problem. Now, no Minister of Interior has been replaced. Angelina, her place is not being replaced. That tells by itself that there is a problem. Because I have never seen a decree that was issued where somebody is not replaced immediately. You know? So there is a violation. We should not deny this effect. It is a fact, there is a violation, but it can be resolved. It can be resolved. Let us hope that the meeting of Thursday, let us hope that they will agree. And of course, all of us, we are tired of war. We don't need anything that takes people back to war. We don't want anything like that as South Sudanese, you know. So, and me, I sometimes, all of them, I blame them.
Yeah,
I blame
please conclude, Brother Gabriel.
President. So in my conclusion, Attilo, let us, I know maybe all of you, I have seen from the beginning, the majority of you are you are talking like supporting the government. You would have been invited, even the opposition, in the side of IO also, should have come here if you needed to be fair, you know, because if you need only your opinion to be heard, you need people to agree with the violation. That is also is not fair, you know, because I'm seeing you, some of you, many of you are driving people to agree with you, majority. That is why when you are trying to interrupt ABL. That is not how a debate should be. A debate should be inclusive, tolerant to any point of view if we really need a solution. Otherwise, unless we don't need a solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Gabriel. I don't know where are you coming from with this judgment of me being a government supporters and all of us or majority of us, and the reason was I interrupted Abiel Kon justify that I am pro-government. I am a citizen of South Sudan who is concerned, and if my opinions is very sharp and in contradicting or opposing your views as well, that shouldn't be amount to me being the government supporters. Something I need you to work on that. I can support Riek Machar, and I did it before. It doesn't mean that I'm from his camp. I can support the government of South Sudan. It doesn't mean that I'm pro-Sulfur. It is something that we need to work on. We have to be very, very careful how we can channel and judge other South Sudanese. I have a right to speak. I have a right to judge, and I have a right to criticize, the president and vice presidents and all the South Sudan political community. And I shouldn't be labeled that I'm pro-Sulfur because I am in agreement with him in this point. What we're talking about is the peace agreement. Again, so I have to mention that the peace agreement wasn't meant to oversight or nullify the South Sudan constitutions. It doesn't mean I'm pro-Sulfur. Sulfur is a failed leader. Sulfur didn't do a good job. Yes, he did it previously as someone who fought a freedom fighter for this country. But when it comes to run the country, he failed. He came up short. I know that for a number of reasons. Because there wasn't any experience, to run a country. And when we need to criticize the system in the country, we need to be very careful. This keep shifting from now and then. It was previously Dinka are the problem of South Sudan. Now the SPLM, now the Sulfur, the peace agreement, and all this. We need to put our house in order when we discuss our issues. You see where I'm coming from with this. Otherwise, I may stand with the government of today, headed by the Salva Kiir and his vice president Riek Machar. And tomorrow I may be with the opposition because I'm a concerned citizen. My opinion may be sharp, and people may be not annoyed by that. You see, this is I want you to consume that, Brother Gabriel. Otherwise, I don't have any problem to criticize you. It's an open forum, and we respect views and opinion of everyone and every participant in this discussion. You see, and you fail actually to convince me that it was a violation, to remove Angelina Ting as the Minister of the Defense, because you cited the agreements. Whatever's read out, it was 2011 Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan, amended of 2013. There is no any mentions of peace agreement in that regard. You see. With that said, I will stop here, and unless my colleague Morkudu and Matek want anything to add.
I need to say 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead, Matek. Go ahead.
I need to say one second, 1 minute to my brother Gabriel. Gabriel, first thing, if you read the title of the room, you're going to see the room is not about IO and the government. I know you said you guys supposed to invite it IO, and then people can be equal. But you need to know this room is not between the parties. So if you come even into a party with Ashatan, you are allowed to speak here. Not because you are IO. Nobody mentioned, IO is supposed to be here. We want to analyze why people say here is having a problem. Why he removed some people. That's what we only need to know. Not from IO, not from anybody, but it's anybody who willing to contribute to this room. So you need to know we're not here for IO and government. Another thing also, you say you supported with our government, you interrupted the BL and all of this. We're not here also to speak behalf of the parties. BL is speaking, it's an individual. It's not an IO. So I don't know what is the connection with BL and IO. He just came here as an individual. So this is what the problem. We need to know when you come to the room, you remember that is you come for your own interest or your own opinion. You're not coming here for opinion of IO, including you too. You're not even here in opinion with the IO. You here for what you see is wrong. Because if you can call Kir is a commander-in-chief in the country, I don't know what you can say again. Lana Kir declared already, he can take a Riek out. And also, I need to tell you, people going to war, my brother, there will be no war. If you thinking that there will be a war, this is wrong. And trust me, and you will prove it. One day, Gal Marekte Galino Mafia war. Some of people, they might not be able to reach South Sudan. They will be asylum. And who is it willing there will continue to lead the South Sudan, you know? And that is why now I say many of us, opposition and all of this, you're not gonna see South Sudan as the way you're talking. You will end up talking in social media here for life. Like here, Young Machar is good, it's wise. So he move inside. So whatever is going inside there, that is up to him. فأنا بجيب لها كده ده عندنا أقول لك وأي زول يعرف إن the room was not open because of IO and the government. You come here and put your opinion. Thank you.
المايك علي ولا كيف كبرت؟
المايك عليه ولا كيف يا جماعه؟ been waiting كمان بدنا نتكلم.
استنى شويه. Ngorkuru, are you with us? Okay.
The mic will go to Pito. Yeah, Pito, go ahead.
السلام عليكم وانا بسلم عليكم باسم ربنا بتاعنا اللي خلق علينا كلنا في الدنيا ده. وانا بتمنى today I'll be able to express myself and tell you guys what's really going on in my personal opinion. Matek, good evening or good afternoon to you. I don't know what time you are in. I think the last time when we signed the agreement
it's 2 p.m. It's 3 p.m. in my time now, Eastern time. Yeah.
Okay. I greet you wherever you are. I hope you're well, man. The reason I'm here today, Taban, we've been talking about this issue of what is the fate of the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan, roadmap, implementation. I don't know what that topic even is not even clear. But if we are to talk about the fate of the resolution of the R-ARCSS and the map implementation following the latest political development, is that there are a lot of things that have gone wrong, which some of us are going to talk about. One is that the decision that was taken by His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit was wrong. He was not supposed to have done it in the way he did it. If he'd wanted to do it, he would have done it in another way, by cornering the opposition into a corner, so that he's able to get what he wants. But he decided to take it upon himself to violate the constitution, which is in which is chapter 8, the supremacy of the agreement over the constitution. And that one I want to talk. I want to tell Comrade Atelio is that the agreement is supreme to the constitution when it comes to disagreement, when the things are not going the way the agreement is supposed to go. So that is one part of it. The other part is that after the whole saga of what Salva Kiir did, is that now he's going to divert the country back into chaos and disarrangement, which we as South Sudanese were saying no. Somebody was earlier talking about the government supporters now talking about things are going wrong in Juba. Yes, things are going wrong because the agreement is not being implemented. Dr. Machar is becoming victorious in this aspect is because even Kir is violating the agreement. If Kir was implementing the agreement, all South Sudanese will stand with him. Yeah? If he implements today, if he decides today, Junubin, I want the court of arbitration to come in, and then he will stand in front of people and say, "No, I am innocent. I did not do this allegation." Junubin will put their voice up with him. If Sulfur decides today that listen, I am going to implement the resolution of the conflict of South Sudan in letter and spirit, South Sudanese are going to stand with him, because at the end of the day, the agreement, the peace agreement is meant for the common South Sudanese, and this is where you, Matek Tek, you bring. I mean, there's a lot of, and I agree with Abiel. Abiel said the truth. There's something wrong that was done. We are not all, what do you call it? We are not all. We are not all angels. Some of us have demons in us, right? But if we talk about, we see, and we do what is correct, we will be able, I mean, first of all, to even forgive each other and move forward, and pass this phase بتاعت roadmap, كلام فارغ بتاعت roadmap, or the nonsense to do with we are still stuck in implementing the agreement 5 years later after we signed the agreement بتاعت أجرة. So, Junubin, my talk is with you. أنا بسألكم ميتكم كجنوبين, what do you want? Atilio, well, I do not know what your name is. What do you want for Junub Sudan? Because today I am supposed to be sleeping in Abyei. When we couldn't find Dr. John Garang, I went with I escorted Dr. John Garang personally to Khartoum. When we went, and I was a soldier holding a gun. If the issue between Junub Sudan is not implemented, I will fight to the death. If ever Bashir had not, Bashir had refused to implement any single any single chapter or chapter for South Sudan to be where it is today. I was part of the JIU Al-Khan for Khartoum Brigade. When Dr. John Garang died, we are the ones who protected the South Sudanese who were in Khartoum. So my issue is, when are we going to relieve? When are we going to tell the truth about what South Sudanese need? Another thing, I'm a tech, and I want to ask you: have you gone to your village? You're talking a lot of, oh, this thing is right, this thing is wrong. Have you gone to the village to ask common Muatin in the village, what do they need? Do they have water? Do they have medicines? Do they have the transport? Yaki, I went to Padum. Padum there, I was there in the year 2021. I went there, and it takes them 3 days to get sugar. A bucket, 50 kilograms of sugar. Do you know, what it means to get 50 kilograms of sugar? There's the one guy called this, I forgot his name. He's the one who goes and gets the sugar from all the way from Malakal to Padum with his bicycle. Do you know what can happen to him on the way? There's supposed to be a bridge and road from Malakal to Padum, or from Bor to Padum, but it's not there. And you are here still talking about, we are talking about the implementation of the peace agreement, revitalized, which was signed 5 years ago. Get your facts together, act together, ask yourselves what you want للمستقبل بتاع يال بتاعكم. Because now, even you you might not enjoy the peace that is needed, but we should start accounting لليال بتاعنا. We are giving birth to them. القرطان نفوسهم بسكاكين. They have no future, they have no hope في المستقبل بتاعهم. Because أننا ما قادرين نديهم حاجات اللي أننا عايزينه. We are not able even to sit down and agree. قال كده قال يا أخي this is the truth and this is a lie. I told you. Agreement, revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict.
Atilo Fat Baramin Gabel Fito, Atilo Maina, many Kurita
Okay.
Baradu Kalam is not here.
Okay. If somebody comes, he must know that the agreement is the supremacy to the constitution. The agreement, between the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict of South Sudan is the Ofi chapter Bugulu. Sorry. Let me have a look at it. Chapter 8, the supremacy of the agreement. There's something, let him read the chapter 8. I've even given it to him. I think it's page 197 or 187, something of that nature. That one is what states what should happen in South Sudan between 2018 to 2023 February. But we have embarrassed our country. And نخرجوا أساكر بالسلاح باسم شنو بيقولوا شنو بعصاية. Where is this happening? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed انتم ديل الجنوبين that الليلة بقدر يخرجوا عسكري بعصاية عشان يمشي يشاكل مع منو؟ يشاكلوا مع الناس اللي قاعد يشيلوا حدود بتاعت جنوب السودان. الكينين بجي today that they are fighting our people تبوسا يجي يقتلوهم عشان نرسلوا أساكر بأسايات. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you كجنوبين. And then you sit down مفروض تقعدوا تحت you make a plan بتاعت البلد بتاعكم ده يكون البلد بتاعنا ده كله يكون كيف. This is my personal thought. ولازم نترموا نفوسنا. لازم نترموا نفوسنا. بلدنا ده حقيقة بتاعنا عندنا. أنا بفكر لليال بتاعنا البجي ده. أبيعي ده أنا مفروض نكون فوق because I have people who died there in 2012. ناس اللي فات شاكلوا. وكده شاكلوا وكده كان مرحلين كان جايين. أو شلوك. أنا ما بدوك صدري ساكت. أنا بدوك صدري because في دم بتاع أخواني they died in أبيعي. أبيعي ده بلدي. إنتوا كم القاعدين ده اللي بيتكلموا الليلة ده. إنتوا ما عملتوا شنو؟ عملوا حاجة للبلد بتاعكم عشان نرفع نفوسنا. مبروك للوال. الوال made me remember الوال اللي بتاع باسكت بول ده. It made me remember السبب اللي أنا شلت السلاح عشان أشاكل جلابة في 2002. الوال رجعني قال كده قال يا أخي في حاجة أحسن. الألم بتاعت SPLM اللي كان في البلد بتاعنا ده مهم أكتر من أنا كبيتو أدوك. وشكرا يا جماعة. معلش أنا I've become rough. Today I have nothing to lose. I'm going to tell you the truth. ما في دنكاوي ما أخوي، ما في نويراي ما أخوي، ما في سوي ما أخوي، كلكم أخواني. But we must fucking get our acts together and we fix this country that is broken. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joseph, you wanna go ahead? Line. Taban.
Yeah, let the line go. I just want to say thank you, Brother Peter, for your work.
Okay.
Yeah, let the
da mono jay da jam wala da mono lane ana chupta na faren ja don Diana lakin jam gidam na da moja I mean comrade comrade. Yeah, comrade, and then jam will come after. Lana na majib to comrade that changa I did not catch up. Well, okay, jam.
يا اوكي متوتو شكرا كل الحضور الكريم، شكرا دكتور ميين، شكرا كل الحضور الكريم من جمهورية جنوب السودان. بحييكم باسم الوطن، وانا بقول لكم ساوث السودان وي الدير اقول شنو. انا بتكلم بالنسبه ببرنامج بتاعت ازال وزير الدفاع اللي هي طابع للأسفل معايو. أنا خايتو قبل ما أتحدث، لما بتحدث من راسي. أنا يعني فعلا أنا زول معارض ضد الحكومة، لكن عشان كمان بعد مرات أنت ممكن تدي زول حقه إنه في شنو ماشي قبل ما تخش. أني أنا ندي البلد ده إلى الموقع الصح، ما ندي البلد ده بالموقع الغلط. أنتوا عارفين طبعا كلكم الموجودين هنا من جمهورية السودان من ما SPLM آيو مسك هذا الوزارة، أنتوا شايفين إنه في الجيش في مشاكل، لا في رواتب، لا في حاجات كثيرة جدا. المعلومة اللي عندي لها اللي لقيته الظاهر إنه في أخطاء حصلت في وزارة الدفاع، والرئيس الجمهورية اللي هو بريزيدنت قبل سلفا كير قال لرياك بأنه يمكن يجيب زول تاني، لكن رياك عمل ريجيك. ده حسب المعلومة أنا اللي لقيته. وفعلا اتفاق السلام طبعا يمكن ماشي 4 سنوات، ممكن يكون موضوع ده خلاص انتهت بريزيدنت، لكن بريزيدنت نفسه رجع لرئيس الحزب آيو وقال لي دايرين زول تاني بد انجلينا. رياك ريفيوز ما داير يجيب زول تاني. دي المعلومه انا اللي لقيته يا جماعه. لان نحن جنوب السودان ما ممكن ترجع الحرب عشان اساس انه في ازال او مثلا في زول طلعوه من الوزاره ونا ترجع الحرب. مشكلتنا ما مش الوزاره، مشكلتنا اكبر من ده. يعني دايرين الوطن يكون وطن للجميع، نين دايرين ديمقراطيه، نين دايرين المواطن الجنوبي ترجع مكانه. اننا ما دايرين حتى نحن في المعارضه ده بنندى للصح. اذا في واحد في حكومه الوحده الوطنيه ارتكب جريمه او مثلا عمل خطا بندينا. انا قبل كنت من الناس بدين السيد الرئيس ليه قال كلامنا، لكن بعد انا اخذت المعلومه فلقيت فعلا انه في اخطاء حصل في وزاره الدفاع، في اخطاء حصل في وزاره الدفاع. فلذلك الرئيس نفسه قال لرياض انت جيب زول تاني خير انجلينا. رياض عمل ريفيوز، ما قدر يطلع انجلينا في المكان ده كويس. ما فحس رائدنا عشان الرئيس قام طلع انجلينا وما يجيب زول تاني خير آيو. يعني آيو يمكن يجيب زولم، يمكن يجيب زولم في هذا المكان، لان انجلينا ما بقي جديره في مكانها ده. وفي اشياء كثير حصلت جدا وانتم هتلقوه، لان ميس فيكم
يا
من عندهم
كومريد كده
انتقالات.
دقيقة، كومريد أنا عملية الجشن بس. ما أسد المنصب ده أدل قبل حكومة يعني لأجي ما جاست شالوا برا كده، ما هم they switch they swap the ministry.
Like,
ما بعد
when I go.
ما ده بعد ما رياك يعني ما داير يحاول يجيب زول، لذلك الحكومه قام شال المحل ده. دي المعلومه انا اكدتها واخدت اتصالات وعرفتها. على كل حال انا داير اقول شنو لكم يا جماعه. يعني نحن مساله الوزاره ما وزاره ده انا ما اكبر من مشكله الريبابليك اوف ساوث السودان. بيقول القاعدين في دول الجوار عندهم مشاكل بتاعت الحياه. نحن اذا سير يعني مشاري بفكر او بزكى قاعد الحزب او انتوا الجنوبيين ذاته الزاد الناس اللي قاعد في الدياسبرا، هل معقول البلد ترجع عشان مسألة انه في زول شعله من منصبك في وزاره في الحزب عشان نرجع بلد في الحرب؟ ما ممكن. يعني في عذاب موجود في البلد وفي برلمان. اساس سيد الرئيس فعلا في ناس، في بعض من الناس كان عدانوه، لكن لما جدوا الساعه يلقوا عنده حق. اذا كان مثلا انت يعني انت بتقول لزول جيب زول وانت ما قادر تجيب زول وبقى بس في جداره، فخلاص قام شال الوزاره ده، قام شاله. وحتى الان ما عارفين ذات منو ما يدوا له to be honest. ممكن يدوا من بعض من العذاب الموجوده ولا كذا. فنحن ما نسبق الحوادث وما نحاول دائما نقود بلدنا انه لازم يكون في موت. نحن زال نفكر في الحل يا جماعه، ما نفكر في الحل. ما نفكر في انفسنا، نفكر في ناس التعبانين. ما الحرب ده لما يقوم الزول الماشي يكون سفرين، ده الزول البريء المسكين اللي هو ما عنده من النوم يا ماشي بدي يتفكروا في حته ده. نحن ما نفكر حول حاجه يكون في عقب حاجه. خلينا نفكر في الحل. هو ما هو الحل بعد كويس قول مثلا بريزن اخطا في قراره ده، لكن الحل شنو؟ اكشن؟ نعم. يعني جربناه في 2013. هل نينا نجانا؟ ما جينا قعدنا وعملنا البيس اجريمنت بتاعنا الحكومه الوحده الوطنيه. فنحن اساسا ما ناخذ العنف، نحن ما نعمل مشاكل، نحن فعلا بلدنا زي الدوله لازم يكون فيها اختلافات، لكن ما نكون الدم يكون اولى. خليه يكون في حل. المشكله دي تتحل كيف؟ دي كلا حتى الناس ايو زادوا مشكله زاد يفكروا كويس انه لان المشكله دي مثل حزب بين ايو واي جي ما بتخص الريبابليك اوف ساوث السودان ولا كل بارتي في الريبابليك اوف ساوث السودان. هم اللي انه مختلفين في الرؤيه ده. فانا شايف كثير من وطني يشجعوا انه هيجيب حرب وهيكون في موت. ليه بس تتمنى موت؟ ما تكون حل اول. النادي اللي ما تصل ده انين نستفيد شنو؟ الحرب القايم في ملكال وحرب قايم برغزال وكاتور انين نستفيد شنو؟ Are you get some reason that are you get some benefit to this war our people we meet every day? Never. دي مشاكل موجود جوا وقاعد يشاكل جوا. It's good. بس ما نشجع نقول مثلا ده ممكن اجيب راكشن وكده. لا ما بيجي. انا ما ممكن اكون قاعد تمهلنا في سكيورتي واتمنى يكون في موت في الريبابليك ساوث السودان ودي الاف من الناس اهليه قاعدين هناك. لازم نفكر حل. اذا حكومه اجي اسفل اجي اخطا نفكر برضه انه هو الكلام ده بالقانون طبعا. مشكور كثير.
Thank you very much, my brother comrade. You put a very good thing. First, before you, brother Peter, thank you very much, and salam alaikum. طبعا جنوب السودان المشكله اللي فيه ما عشان انه انت ما مشيت بلد يا وده انت ما بعرف انه في مشكله. لكن لو قلنا انه جنوب السودان فيه مشكله يس لكن نحله كيف؟ That is why my brother comrade come here هو كتاو عديل كده كويس لو بلد فيه مشكله نحله كيف؟ الا نشاكله يا وده ده حل؟ Of course no. لكن comrade كلام بتاعك 100% لان هنا جنوبيين ديل مشكله بتاعنا بس دايرين نشاكل في بوزيشن يعني منصب بس ما في زول زاد فاضي هنا جنوب السودان ده يصلوا موج رياض هسه ده قاعد هناك في بوزيشن وموصول في عفنات هسه ده وينو في شنو لو هو قال له قاعد هناك عشان انه يصل البلد المفروض هم يطلع برا كلهم يودي لناس ثانيين سو كلام بتاع كومريد القال ده يا جنوبيين ده يا ودن هنا قلنا قبل لما انت بتعمل كومبلين هنا وانت من الاوبوزيشن وانت داير كمان مساعده من الحكومه بعدين هيكون كاب ماك لان نفسه الحكومه بتاع كير انت كريتيسايد هير وانت بمشي بعدين تقعد ما في روم هيكون تعبان بعدين ولا في روم ولا في اديس ابابا او اني وير انت بعمل اجريمنت مع الحكومه فكلام الكومريد قال لي انا زاد بنفسي انا سميته انه قبل ما في announcement للببليك انه في زول داير طلعوا برا الرياض and كير they talk نفرين بس ما في اي زول كلام فيه لكن رياض did not agree with what Kir saying so Kir keep repeating but Riek refused so Kir have to use the commander in sheer power and that is why now it's going to happen but the problem is here. Do you know now Kir is going to appoint the IG to this position? Of course. If Riek they're not going to ride enough so you know can Egypt zone. Government ma mula asanya sa this position there is empty. Ma fi wali zol asa de lano there yam chile IG. Leki lo Riek asa de run quick and job zone. Do you see it will it's still going to IG? Me, I don't even know. So, kalam bata shakal de, I refuse. You know, being a chani shakal because of Riyak is talaobara de. No, no. Ma bizul ay shakal. Wala zul bi shakal be position there is not going to happen. Lana Angelina Tenda, then up to Angelina Tenya can galo if provide the weapon le white army and what you katal nas na fi hapa na. So lo talaobara lila de. We did a zultan itu kaman muksudi ninu kaliya godena ga chanu ya mulakta. No. خليكم يا جماعه نحل المشكله لو اقطاع بتاعه كثير خليه يطلعوا حتى منو زاد يطلعوا له اقطاع كثير وده دينكا ولا ما دينكا لو اقطاع كثير انا
تعرف
بجيب انه
ما في
كان
شيطان، ما في شيطان احسن من الشيطان الثاني. لازم we must
Give
condemn
me
the...
1 minute يا جماعة.
Okay.
interjection بس.
انا داير في وقتي انا ما اعرف مدريتا they left باقي انا ان هذا في وقتي كمان ممكن بعدين ندوت شان before time لان ده يعود مره واحد هنا عندنا هنا Well, we need to make sure that lo عندنا زول مرة هنا يكون قدام شوية. So أنا ما أعرف أبيل عندك 30 second
Yeah, just one
jam
minute
can
there.
بيجي. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. أنا طبعا شفت يا جماعة comrade let me say this. لما الناس يجي نتكلم في social media like this طبعا we have all understand إنه حاجة اسمها agreement ده agreement يا جماعة ما حاجة عملوه اتفقوا بين أحزاب اللي عملوا sign الagreement ده. That mean لما أتى President Kir كم مرة قال يا جماعة I'm not going to take this South Sudan back to war. But I don't believe in President Kir actually talk with Machar. لأنه there must be at least a release. They have discussed this or حاجة ما أصل. That's why we are concerned. We are concerned حاجة المكتوب ده الagreement عملوا sign between these two parties. When I believe now is if the Asylum pull out from this agreement, the South Sudan will collapse. This is my belief. Because they are the main principle into the agreement. And people should, what is the problem? The 2 years, Mishila, 2 years, they've been there for 2018, yani. 2 years, what is the problem about 2 years? You tell them, Ajamana, I lost trust in Angelina, Dr. Machar, bring person. President Kir can release a statement on behalf of the government, Like now, there's a contest, there was no consultation between this leader. That's why we are concerning. The second to it, the swapping, if people understand the meaning of a swapping, it means that the ministerial has been taken from the IO to the government. Now it is with the government to appoint the person that they want, not the SLM IO, and that's why they swap it. If it was a leave and was not a swap, then we'll know that maybe SLM IO will go back and replace Angelina. But the concern, we don't need something that will take people to war. Yani. What is the problem that Angelina have done in the last 2 years that they cannot do in the next 2 years to come for the extension period or the roadmap? Thank you.
I thank you, brother Bielano, because if Rio refused to bring somebody else and President want Angelina to be replaced, that is what is called a swap. Lani, they can be swap if they don't want to bring somebody. So we need to understand or we need to know and that hill. Kir Gale Angelina le Riagino Egypt Zul or Riag refuse or no. That is what we need to find out first. Before Jam came, ana bamol sade lek ya jama chan nakale tede yam che gedamek o inta beje warau then don't beje warak I believe so they are one kind of load if you don't mind please. Yeah, Diana, if you're there,
Okay.
can go ahead. Lana Chilna Zaman, but Azul Tani, because we see you look like you are only female here.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I raised my hand way earlier to discuss this matter. But anyways, I really don't agree with the government, how the government is running the country. So you can say that I'm opposition, but independent. I don't belong to any organized or group. However, I think like the oppositions that in South Sudan, that's why I cannot belong to any group or I cannot like follow any of them because I think they are just as corrupted as the government. I don't see any different. And it's really sad that we have a bad government and cartoonish opposition. I feel like I'm watching Tom and Jerry, where the government is Tom and the opposition is Jerry, and they're just playing with South Sudan future. Anyways, but fundamentally speaking, even if the president take away Angelina or took that position and give it to another person, I don't know why the opposition are angry. At the end of the day, they come to the government to correct the government and criticize the government so the government will serve South Sudanese better, or they
Yeah,
wonder.
Diana, which opposition? The opposition inside or opposition outside? Now we have two opposition. Now there is one inside and there is one outside. Which
all of
opposition
them
you say?
all of them, all the oppositions group or army or whatever, all of them, they are very cartoonish. They just after power. They're after power and jobs and money and anything. Just like, for example, how many years those opposition leaders, they've been in hotels. What they fixed since they signed the peace agreement, and then Dr. Riek become the first vice president, what they did? Nothing. Basically, they didn't do anything to upgrade the country, to fix anything. Like the World Organization, the World Health Organization had donated millions of dollars for the health department for coronavirus season. But what did the Minister of Health did? Nothing. Where this money goes? Nothing. Nobody know where all of this money goes. And health department was run by opposition. What they did? So even the opposition themselves, they're not doing anything. They are just as corrupted as the government. That's number one. I don't know. There's a lot of rooms and a lot of articles that the opposition are writing about the government is taking the defense from them, the Ministry of Defense from them. This position doesn't belong to you. In the whole world, position doesn't belong to individual or parties or group or whatever is that. The positions always belong to the government and for the interest of the country, not the interest of the party. And Angelina was not doing a good job. Look at all of this problem. A lot of people will be asking, oh, in a BA and Twitch, for example, war or whatever is that. Everybody is blaming the government. No, people should blame the defense minister first before the government. Where is she? She is not there. She's not saving anybody in a state. She was arming some of the oppositions to go and commit crimes while she is the one who's supposed to be protecting people in Fashoda and all of those land that massacre took place. So I don't know, like, why these oppositions are always after job and positions, but they're not after correcting the government or serving the citizen. That's why I tell them, like, you are just cartoonish. You are cartoonish oppositions who are not doing nothing. This is not a cartoon movie. This is a country, an interest. And if our defense minister is not protecting our citizens who are being killed by militias, and instead of protecting people, she is arming militia because the guns and the weapons that the IO had when they attacked the Fashoda area, these are not like they are not weapon that militia could own. And where they get all the zakhira that they were fighting with the bullets, where they find it, where? Because someone, it's very expensive. It's like millions of dollars. We are talking about millions of dollars. The opposition don't even have food, and that's why when they attack Funja, they were coming with kids and ladies with pots, with cooking pots. They were starving. So how they afford to buy all of these weapons and zakhira is because the defense minister was arming the opposition secretly. That's the only explanation for this. So if this women, sorry to say this women, if this minister was taking uh, out of her job, then she deserved it because she's not even doing her job to begin with. And then IO shouldn't be owning jobs or owning some positions or the government itself. The position should be there, always available for the person who is going to serve better, regardless of that person is the government or opposition. And thank you, I'm done.
Thank you so much. I just sorry, Matektek, Malaysia. I was off to bed. I was sleeping. I didn't know I was sleeping. So Malaysia, for those who raised their hand and I didn't bring them up. And thanks, Matektek, for actually doing the job. My answer is just a little bit to add into this lady, the one that's talking here. You are right in some point that you have actually mentioned, but to be honest with you, the government is the problem in some other way. And also, the security in the country was never been good from the beginning of the leadership where he lead the country, and that's why the war broke out. There was never been a security. We've been having people missing. We've been having killing going on in the country, which we have never settled that. And they have used too many security in the country, which are even being used to kill people within Juba. So I think the security that government even we consider as the security in the country are the same people being used by the government to kill people in the country. We have so many evidence that the security in the country are the one killing people in the country. People are under threats. Everybody's under threat. You can't speak to voice up for the innocents as citizens to speak the right. You are tomorrow out of the line. So for me, what I want to say is that there are a few reasons why Angelina Tang has been removed. There are a few reasons because the day the document came up of the Baba Zone, when those documents came up, there were individuals who were actually saying that there is chances Angelina is going to be removed. And I asked why. Because this sometimes some topics don't come up publicly. They always go undercover. So I did ask why people are saying because of the Baba Zone, Angelina is going to be removed. They said yes, there are some documents signed by Angelina which government did not agree to sign for the Baba Zone. Because there are some stuff that government did not agree and Angelina have agreed to it. This one, Angelina is going to be removed. And I said, well, I don't know, maybe you are right. I'm not in South Sudan. But if you actually see the fact and you're telling the truth, then, well, let's see. And that was like just way, way, way far. Before I even see the document, the guy was telling me about the document, all this, I didn't see. So for me, I don't have too much doubt why she's being removed. But my only doubt is that if he forced it to remove her, then there's chances the argument will go on. Because last time when he removed Riek in his seat, that's when the conflict break out. As one of my brother mentioned in the comment before, that removing somebody by power can create the problem, and it happened before. We all know about it. My brother Don mentioned before, when Riek was removed, because he has power to do it by force, it turned out into a conflict which many people have lost life. And now again, if he remove Angelina by the power that he's using, there will be another chances that is going to be a conflict, because there's no way you can prevent stopping someone who is having too much anger to click the trigger. So now it's just us that's debating over this, and it's true. And I'm happy for each and everybody who came here with different idea. We are doing the best, all of us. Anybody who is actually spoken oppositely to what other people want, I think we're all doing the best. Debating is good, but what I'm begging is anybody in this room who are linked to the government, they should actually forward stuff to the government. The government, the rest of the government in the country, they have apps. America president have apps. All the rest, even Iraqi, they have. I follow Donald Trump, and I even message what's this guy name, and sometimes he reply back. In Twitter, this guy, what's his name? What's his name, man? The president of America. Joe Biden. I follow him even on Facebook. He's my good friend on Facebook. Sometimes I get message back from his workers, people, members. They message me back when I put some good comment when he's speaking live on Facebook. They message me back, giving me something very good, telling me something that I have done good to them. So this thing need to be done. For the country to change. We people on social media have so many things to say, and some of us have right thing to say. The government must have an app to be here listening, because he's creating the problem and he's not solving the problem. He knows how to cook them and he doesn't know how to provide them to people. So for me, I thank you guys so much. But please, if anybody in this group is linked with the government, you guys need to find a way to bring this government online here. He's the problem cooker and he doesn't know how to solve it. And we want him to hear our voices. Whether he's the government supporter or you are opposition leader and you are here speaking, the truth are there. He knows what we say. And thank you
Kalas,
guys so
Asma,
much.
yeah, my brother, let me work on the concept that we bring the government the SPLA spokesperson, Lul Roy Kwang. We'll try to contact him, and we bring him on so that he can actually talk about what the hell is going on in the country. That one I'll do it from my own part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I
Anyway,
appreciate it. Well, I didn't even know we got some bubble here. Thank you. You are in here. Yeah.
sorry, brothers and sisters. I was just listening because I was busy. I couldn't contribute, and I'm not going to be staying up here more actually, because
No, Dr. Badud, you close your mic. Somebody wanna come, and then you can go. Ana gatata somebody before you. So this guy, let him talk, and then you can come if you want to. I know we need something that is fair. Lana lo pizul, ita shilto bitawa dita le Diana, and now I wanna give him back. Otherwise, you can come. So Jam, go ahead, and then Dr. Madud might come after. Dr. Mawin will come after that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much.
But your voice is so low. Please raise your mic.
Okay, so I'm not loud now? Am I loud or not?
No, you need to raise it up, brother Jam. Lana Bitag is always down. It's already down. There is the sound, but it is still a little bit far from you.
Okay, let me use, I'm using the Bluetooth. Maybe I can cut it off.
Now your voice is completely gone if you're
Is
actually
connect
trying to
the
speak somewhere
Bluetooth.
there.
Is it loud now?
No, it's not loud. I don't know if it's a mic well or what is going on. It's good.
Take off the headphone if you're using
Is
the
it
headphone.
because
Yes,
Take it
I
off.
was using the
Keep
it's
headphone.
a
the phone
night
closer to your mouth.
I disconnected now.
it's a night at their place.
Hello?
Yeah, you know, keep the mouse, keep the phone close to your mouth.
Okay.
In that case.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity you have given me, and I just want to take a few minutes. I'm Mr. Jam, and I'm speaking live from Juba, South Sudan, and I just want to give you my opinion regarding the removal and swapping of the ministerial.
I think nobody hear him.
Today, let me reboot the phone, yeah, Jaman.
Nothing.
Come back.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear. It's very hard.
Phone.
I think it's good, but it's just the low of the volume. This is a volume. It's not the problem of phone. I think it's the volume.
Yeah, it is because I was
Matektek, with the rest, we don't hear him.
I have to reboot the phone. I have to come back. Give me a minute.
Let's reboot your phone. When you done, later on, let us know. Blink your mic, and then we can move to the next person.
Okay.
I think it's. Yeah, I think it's Don or Francis, one of you guys.
Give it to Francis.
No, I'm background right now. Let somebody go ahead and I will.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I can go there.
Okay. Attack, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'll let go. I'll let Don go ahead first before me because he was before me.
Matektek, so you jump me, and you give it to another person.
No, go ahead, my brother. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry for that.
Right. I was saying, we are Sudanese or Janubin, not Sudanese that too. Nene Janubin, we miss a lot. We miss one of things. We miss our great our liberator, John Garang. I'm not a fan of John Garang عشان who كان جنوبي. I'm a fan of John Garang لأنه كان قاعد يشاكل بالقلب بتاعه عشاننا نحن. So at same time لما كان أستاذ جون جران كان قاعد يشاكل our rights in the office, جون جران هو اسمه شنو هو يطلع ما طلع لكن show the whole world نحن we are part of this planet. يعني هو يطلع حقوق بتاعنا بورقة. لكن لما كان الناس واقع هنا in the field, in the fighting with the Arab today, they can sulfur. There is many generals, and many generals came with many applications. So John Garang, we are can massive the office. Though we are coming to America,
Hello,
Australia,
brother Dan.
Yeah, go ahead. I was testing my mic. I think it is working clearly.
نعم معلش ده كان وقتك
Go
اساسا.
ahead. Go ahead.
انت داير تقول حاجه داير تتكلموا انا بخليك.
No, finish, don't, and then I will be finish.
You just finished, brother. Thank you.
All right. هاي عشان انا ما داير اجيب في الشارع بتاعك عادي ما تكرهني عشان قدمتك. So anyway you see it. اسمه شنو لما كان في واقع هناك سلفاكير is the man في حرب. أسد لو حرب أي حرب حصل I will put يعني أنا the first candidate who can lead our wars أنا بقول سلفا you know لكن هو عجز خلاص بقى عجوز وحاجات زي ديل لكن هو هارب مكان بتاعه مفروض ما في الزول يشيله يعني is untakeable is hall of fame you know لو في hall of fame سلفاكير إنه مكان بتاعه في hall of fame بعدين بقى اسمه شنو هسه بقى رئيس بتاعنا كلنا انا قاعد اتكلم all of us you know from Equatorian whatever state you are belong to اسمه شنو to our system نحن طلعنا به they are democratic laws نحن لما دكتور لما كان مدى سلام بتاعنا we actually sign it by democratic laws. Democratic laws في حاجات انت ممكن تعمل في حاجات انت ما ممكن تعمل في حاجات انت لو عملته there's gonna be no وفي حاجات انت لازم كان تعمل and سلفاكير هو بدأ كويس the first of the agreements كان هو اسمه شنده the South Sudanese president whoever gonna be South Sudanese president is gonna be all Sudanese vice president. Do anybody remember that? ده كان واحد من agreement. ما تكتك انت بتعرف حاجات ده كتير. I'm wrong. أنا قلت حاجة غلط في المكان ده. You know, you can correct me. But anyway, the one of the main agreement بكون رئيس في الجنوب وبكون رئيس نائب رئيس في كل السودان جاو في مكان ده our later دكتور ومات دكتور جون ومات في مكان ده وباريو سلفاكير شال مكان بتاعه automatically لأنه هو كان نائب رئيس بتاعه he put him behind him وكان يعني مصدق زولدا he can handle it. He can handle the whole things after me. أو لو أي حاجة حصل لي نائب رئيس باخد مكان رئيس. That's how اسمه شنو سالفا بقى رئيس. يلا الثالث ده ما سالفا ذاته خط الرياض يكون اسمه شنو the third نائب رئيس. ده كان اسمه شنو جون جاران دكتور جون جاران straight up. So if you لو نحن كلنا نكون real with the talks and then سلفاكير ما يختار ما إيكنا في حياة بتاعه كله ما كان يختار زول ده يكون نائب رئيس بتاعه. You see اسمه شنو جون جاران كان اختاره وجون جاران كان عنده many plans to wipe out all of this. And when the things go wrong right now, we cannot blame anybody for this moment. لكن في حاجات اللي حصل لنا من 2013 لغاية أسي I'm gonna blame رياض مشار لأنك أنت كان عندك وقت بتاعك لما كان اسمه شنده الرئيس كان ما في أنت كنت الرئيس في البلد. المفروض انت كنت تعمل حاجات لما الرئيس يرجع حتى لو عمل اي حاجه ركب راسه كده داير يشيل مكانه، انت لو بقلبك كله انت كنت داير مكان ده كان تصلح حاجات كتير. little time little work put it hard، لكن انت ما عملت اي حاجه until this day. عشان ده انت هربت الناس بتاع بلد بتاعك عشان شنو؟ ده ناس بتاع الرياض. انا كلام انا قاعد اقوله هسه ده، انا قاعد اسال الناس بتاع الرياض ذاته ليه الرياض شاكل من 2011 لغايه اسي، وكمان ادو مكان هو كان دايره يكون نائب رئيس، مره بتاعه بقى نائب شنو؟ نائب ديفنس. كيف مره بتاعه يكون نائب ديفنس؟ المفروض نائب ديفنس يكون ناس مالون، ناس we still got them. ليه بس she got to be naive defense. She cannot be, if you go to history, she cannot defend anything. Anyway, long story short, الناس ديل رجعوا لهم سلطة، عندهم حاجات أي حاجة هم دايرينهم. What they did when they got it until now, ask yourself. أنت لو سوداني بجد ask yourself what these people did until now. Thank you so much. And I'll close my case for now. Done out.
I will give you an answer to what you just said. Sorry, man, but sorry, guys, if I cut you guys off, you're all gonna continue to talk. What I want to answer you there is that I'm not from where, but I'm Dinka. But I want to tell the facts. If you look into the war that began 2013, 2016, Riek himself, he was already under control when he was leading that country, because in the constitution of the South Sudan, they give the power to the president. And he desired everybody to work according to his way. Even if Riek was a vice president, there's always an argument between them. Anything Riek want to do his way, Kir will not agree to it. And the way the conflict broke out 2016, leave alone 2013, was well designed. And that the way they formed it, the way they designed it, Kir is part of it. Because these people, they don't come live and speak on TV. They have the TV, they have the channel, but they don't speak to aware the citizens. We have never been aware what was the reason he removed Riek. We have never been aware how the war broke out in 2013. Everything they do is silent. And they're keeping us here doubting, arguing, blaming ourselves, which is, he has to be blamed. Because if they have the TV in the country, they have the TV line in the country, they should always speak the truth. If a person in a big position and is linked with the army, and you could just remove like that without explaining to the citizen, and the war break out, he has to be blamed. Why can you remove him? Because we citizens, we're not aware. So Sudan, they need to start breaking things into pieces. If there's a reason like now how Angelina is being removed, they should straight away on the news explain this and this and this, she got removed for this. There's nothing to be hiding.
Janus, when President Kiir came from North Sudan in 2011, what the first thing he did, he removed everybody, because there is something happening when he was out. في حاجات حصل، قروش اختفى، like our economic and stuff like that. ده منو كان ماسك مكانه؟ ده كان رياض. يلا مسك كل الجنرالات ختام في السجن، لكن ما خدت الرياض في السجن، خدت الرياض في house arrest. That's how the 2013 the war break out. لأنه النيجر كان قاعد في house arrest. Right? From there, if you are real, my brother, this man, asida into garden adu react asida got the sulta, asida pukit ni ngana wonus ana winter, who got the sulta, who قبل ما يطلع في 2013 who كان قاعد شكل عشان change things in هنا ده في بلد بتاعنا. asida رجعوا له سلطة ده ادلو نفس زول هو كان قاعد شكل ما ادلو like take it. ادلو في سان silver plate. asida who قاعد شنو what he changed, what he doing right now. Thank you so much.
Done.
Yeah,
Are
go
you
on.
done?
I see you want to respond. Jam. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I say thank you so much. Next can go.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderators and other speakers who are here on the podium and the listeners down there. I just want to let you know that I'm speaking live from Juba, South Sudan. And right now, it is too late for me to speak louder so that you can be able to hear me properly. So I do apologize for that inconvenience, and I would like you to be considerate of my situation here because I don't want to make too much noise as people are sleeping already. Let me confirm first before I give my personal opinion pertaining to the topic so that I can actually proceed. So let me confirm whether you can hear me a little bit louder.
Yeah, your voice very loud than me. Thank you.
Okay. Without wasting time, I just want to write to the action taken by His Excellency, the President, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, pertaining to the recent release and swapping of the ministerial portfolio. Based on my opinion, I believe peace agreement is or was a political settlement to political conflict. It is not actually meant to fragment the sovereign responsibility of the state. The president, as a symbol of sovereignty, exercised powers on behalf of the people of South Sudan and in the best interest of the same people of South Sudan. Peace agreement under Article 1.2.11 mandate the Artigono to design and implement security sector reforms and security sector transformation to include the restructuring and reconstitution of the institution. The president at the head of the GONU can effect such restructuring as long as his decision do not alter the component and text of the agreement. On the composition of the government, Article 1.10.7 allocated the ministries as follows. 20 T-GONU, 9 SPLM-IO, 3 South Sudan other opposition, 2 FDs, and 1 position for the other political parties. With the swapping of defense and interior, the ratio as fair agreement remain intact, hence no violation in power sharing and ministerial allocation to parties. The transitional constitution under Article 101 further gives powers to the president to preserve the security of South Sudan and protect its territorial integrity, supervise constitutional and executive institutions, and provide exemplary leadership in public affairs. In exercising the powers to preserve security of the country, the president can act in the best interests of the country without unnecessary political consultation, while at the same time maintaining the spirit of the peace agreement in regard to the allocation of the portfolios. In the humble view, the swapping of the two security dockets does not in any way impinge on the spirit of the implementation of the peace agreement. The two swapped ministries fall under the same governance cluster and of equal importance to the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I just read to you some of the article clause in the revitalized peace agreement, and that's what you have just heard. I read it out to you just to give you that these articles in the revitalized peace agreement fall within the powers of the presidency. And if you actually revisit the transitional constitution of South Sudan, the powers of the president still remain intact, and president can still exercise the powers in order to maintain the security and the stability of the country. Coming to the former minister, Honorable Angelina Teng, who was being released a few days ago, I think it is very clear, and I actually agree with my sister, Dina, and others who might have spoken about the reason why she was actually being relieved and replaced. There are some confidential reasons why President himself actually took the opportunity to remove her due to some national security threat that might have been perceived according to the national security, national intelligence, and national security. Like you have seen in some part of the region, for instance, in Greater Upper Nile region, following the assumption of Defense Ministry by Honorable Angelina, I think violence rise up in Greater Upper Nile region in particular. When they are sent into the power with her husband, that's when all these intercommunal violence is sprung up in Greater Upper Nile region. Not only did it happen in the Cholo Kingdom, but it started in some part of the Upper Nile when some of the forces of the IO started attacking the area of Jiang Fadang in particular. And then you have seen recently how Maban rise up and start attacking the Dinka. And then after that, White Army rise up and attack the Cholo Kingdom. And you have also seen the sporadic violence that is spread all the way to areas of Trish and the ABA administrative area as well. In other part of the region, there are also sporadic spread of intercommunal violence. As you have seen in Equatoria as a region, there are a number of communities that rise up and they are heavily armed, and they were also able to attack the cattle keepers. Livestock keepers were actually attacked, and some of them have been driven out of Equatorial region to return to the estate, particularly the Jonglei in that case. So there are some intelligence that indicate Angelina Tanya has been doing something suspicious, and that is what was brought to the attention of the president, according to the intelligence sources. Hypothetically, I may be wrong, but that's the rumors I'm hearing, given the fact that I'm here on the ground. So it could be true. And not only is Angelina Tang controversial in that position, it all started when this internal wrangling over the leadership started within his own party, the SPLM-IO and the SPLA-IO leadership. Angelina Tang herself was the reason why Gerald Johnson Olony and Gerald Garwidwal, who was actually the General Chief of Staff, were not able to join the peace agreement, and they refused to join the government of South Sudan, the National Unity Government, as a result of internal wrangling. So who was the cause of all this political wrangling within the SPLA, SPLM? Was Angelina herself, because Angelina is the senior and influential political advisor in the SPLA-IO political bureau. So all her influence actually has caused division and chaos within the rank and file of the SPLA, SPLM-IO. That is why you see a large chunk of IO supporters have actually defected, and they have actually decided not to join the peace agreement. This all came as a result of Angelina herself. Angelina is also a factor which actually led to the split of the SPLA-IO in 2016. And the reason was because Angelina herself was fighting over the position with his own brother. I mean, her own brother. In case of Taban Dengai, if you guys don't know, Taban Dengai is a close brother to Angelina Tang. Angelina come from the section of Taban Dengai. They're from the Jekany in Unity State. So Taban Dengai, for those of you who don't know, he's a very close in-law. He's a brother-in-law to Dr. Riek Machar. And Angelina Tang is actually a sister to Taban Dengai. So during the peace negotiation, IO fought very, very fiercely in order to actually win the position, the ministerial position of Ministry of Petroleum. So who was actually being proposed to take over the Ministry of Petroleum was Angelina. But Taban Dengai wanted to take the position of the Ministry of Petroleum. But they never agree on that. So Angelina Tany was very influential to the extent that she actually convinced her husband, and her husband was able to agree with her. That's what actually led to the defection of Taban Dengai, because if she could not be guaranteed to have the position of Ministry of Petroleum, then I think Angelina Tany wouldn't be able to do a lot of influence in the IO. So Taban Dengai tried his level best to try to convince Dr. Riek Machar to give him the position of Ministry of Petroleum. Unfortunately, Angelina Tany could not actually allow her husband to do that in the interest of Taban Dengai. So Taban Dengai
James,
decided to betray.
my brother James, you can you see what is the problem here? How the same family, they have a power to be a minister of defense. They cannot even defend. How they can run our own thing and back up our own society. Is oil actually is oil can back up our money, can back up
Yeah, let
our
me finish
society.
it. Done.
So how the same family can run it, and at the same time this family cannot be responsible for whatever happened right now in our country. Continue, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually in a position to elaborate to all of you how the genesis of this crisis came about. It all started in 2016. In 2015, during the negotiation of the peace. So when they were about to come to Juba, and the position, the ministerial portfolio were going to be that were allocated to the IO party were going to be distributed among the members of the SPLM-IO, and Angelina Tai never won the position of ministerial forces such as the petroleum to be given to Taban Denga. And Taban was actually resisting that, no, he must have to be given the position of Ministry of Petroleum, and if not, then he will actually have to break away. That was the root cause for why Taban Denga betrayed the IO in 2016. So that
So
was
end
that
up in the
economy.
end. So end up in the end, my brother Jim. So end up in the end, the whole conflict is actually family conflict against
I know,
the
yeah, I'm
whole
coming there.
nation, right?
I agree.
It's not even Nuer are innocent in this moment.
I know.
I'm wrong.
Don't let me finish. I don't want to bore
Continue, my
people,
brother.
but
Continue,
yeah,
my
I
brother.
don't want to bore you. I don't want to bore you as listeners. And the reason why I brought it up is because I want people to understand
No,
who
you're
is
not boring
Angelina
me.
Tang.
Actually,
Who is
I
Angelina?
learn a lot the more you speak, the more I learn. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Continue, please.
So I want our South Sudanese people to understand who is actually the problem in the party of the SPLM-IO. The problem is Angelina Tang, and Angelina Tang is very, very, very influential. That's why she's actually very manipulative in the way he directs the policies and the decision making within the SPLA-IO. So that is actually what led to the split of the SPLA-IO in 2016. And then again, when the peace was renegotiated after its violation in 2016, following the dogfight in J1, and the SPLM-IO went back to the bush, and then the peace was renegotiated. And then after the renegotiation of the peace agreement, new protocol were agreed upon. And then following that agreement, and when they came to Juba, they started distributing the ministerial portfolio that were allocated to the SPLMIO. So as a result of that, Angelina Tang did the same thing he did to Taban Dengai, dictating those who were actually qualified with the military experience, military training, dictate them not to be appointed into the position of the Ministry of Defense. People like Wigwell and people like James Kongchor Anley, these were the most qualified people that would have been given that position according to seniority or experience or competence demonstrated by these two military generals. Unfortunately, Angelina Tang dictated. So she's the reason why what I'm trying to elaborate here, ladies and gentlemen, is for you to understand who is actually the problem behind Dr. Riek Machar. Angelina Tang is very, very influential. She's a very strong lady, and she's the one commandeering and masterminding all these activities with IO, which are very, very controversial. The same thing is what she's doing in the national level. In the national level is what I just said earlier. She's the very same person that is going around pretending like she's actually doing this in the best interest of South Sudan as a country. She can be trusted with a position, very sensitive position. And that is what I can actually come to realization that what actually
James,
brought conflict between
before you continue,
what brought conflict.
My bad. So right now, when you said Angelina, she's a mastermind of everything, of what React do, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I understand that, right? And at same time, this gonna prove this one gonna prove what I'm talking about. Riyadh is a vice president. Angelina became own South Sudanese defense minister, and then the relatives became one of the actually one of the our resource minister, and in the end we go back to 2010. Let's go back to 2010. Then war break up. Right now this war broke up, and in the end Salva Kiir is right now is the victim of all what happened right now. So what is your picture? Who's actually the responsible for what happening right now? Do you still think it is Salva Kiir?
Yeah, don't
Thank
let
you
me
so
go
much.
ahead and finish my opinion so I can actually give other speakers
Yes,
or other
continue.
listeners.
I
Yeah,
gave my questions and you continue from there. Thank you so much.
yeah,
I
I'm
will
coming
not
to
back.
that, and I just want to reinstate my perspective pertaining to this opinion. That the reason why I brought this controversy of Angelina Tang to your attention is because to give you the justification and the argument that she is the mastermind of what happened in 2016. She's a mastermind of what happened too in the SPLMIO ranks and file when it is split, because a large chunk of the SPLMIO is left outside the national government as a result of the agreed and search for power acquisition. And exactly, they give all the position to their own family members, and that is what angered vast majority of the members of the SPLMIO. That is also what complicate the implementation of the peace agreement, and that is also what continue to undermine the current implementation of the peace agreement. And that's why it took some years. The peace was overlaps, meaning there was a transitional period that is overtaken. And the deadline were actually not met as a result of all these delaying tactics and the game Angelina Tanya has been playing within within our own IO. So when IO was having its own internal conflict, its own internal wrangling within members, it is actually what led to the delayment of the implementation of the peace agreement on the national level. All other political parties are not a problem, but IO itself is always the obstacle, distraction, and it is the reason why we don't move ahead, because they always put condition here and there. Even their own internal problem becomes the problem of the national government, and that is everything is being put on the necks of the president, which is not actually make any sense in my judgment. So in that case, ladies and gentlemen, you should understand the reason why peace agreement was not implemented within the time frame agreed in the revitalized peace agreement is because of her and her own husband, because she is a mastermind behind her husband. And that is why you see the peace not progressing in terms of its implementation. It's because of this kind of behavior, this attitude driven by the greed for power and greed for wealth and all this. These are the motive. So it means Angelina Tang is not even working in the interest of the members with SPLMIO, let alone the national level. She's actually working in the very same interest to undermine the entire national unity with Junubin. So what is she doing in the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs is suspected to be the same thing. Like we have said earlier, these things are hypothetical rumors that are going around so far. So the reason why she was actually being removed and replaced are something that is yet to be declassified by the national government. But every time someone is removed, you could be removed for some reason. All in all, as to the members of the SPLM ruling party, of which I'm one of them, it was wrong for His Excellency President Salva Kiir in the beginning to have actually succumbed to the SPLM-IO to take the very sensitive position, the sensitive ministerial portfolio such as the Ministry of Defense, to be given to somebody who is a rebel. It can never happen anywhere in the world, in the universe. No rebel can be given a sensitive position. That is what actually got General Malonga into a conflict with His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayari. I think most of you do not know actually the root cause of all this. The root cause that came about between General Malonga and His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayari came as a result when President Salva Kiir Mayari signed a peace agreement in Khartoum, conceding all this sensitive position to the SPLAIO, which was actually very dangerous. And it shouldn't have ever happened. Because General Malonga, listen, let me finish. I'm coming to the end. General Malonga did his best when he actually executed the military action against the rebel groups and annihilate all the rebel forces to the extent that no area was actually under the control of the rebel. And so by the time the rebel were actually negotiated from the weak position, they didn't hold any area, they haven't captured any area, and so the government was victorious. All in all, at the end of the day, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit ended up conceding much of the sensitive position to the government, and that is what pissed off General Chief of Staff Malonga and that was the position of all the members of the SPLM ruling party members. Even most of us were not happy because it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So that's what actually got Malonga into a problem with His Excellency. And that's what was actually viewed by the national security, that Malone could be seen as a threat. Maybe he could actually topple the government and take over it. But that was not his intention. He was actually expressing his opinion too as a strong supporter of the government and somebody who have actually done an excellent job on behalf of the government. Because without General Malone I think the IO wouldn't have been defeated militarily. So why would a president who is very powerful, in a very powerful position in terms of military strength in the country, would want to continue to go ahead and give a sensitive position away to the rebel? So this can never happen anywhere in the world, that a rebel, somebody who is coming with a gun, and then you come and put it in a sensitive position, you can actually have access to sensitive documents. Like some of you have said earlier, there were some of the treaties signed or some very sensitive documents that have been released recently as a result of Angelina Tang being put in the Ministry of the Defense. So this could be one of the reason why she's actually being removed, because she's actually enforcing a lot of stuff and she's actually playing some other market game behind the scene. So there is an absolute justification, let alone the fact that the president has even constitutional powers according to the transitional constitution to exercise that. So he can actually override the revitalized peace agreement protocol, and he can actually override the constitution as the commander-in-chief of the nation. So thank you, and I can take any question. Otherwise, there is no doubt that vast majority of people are standing behind the president for the action he has taken, because Angelina is very controversial. She can be trusted with this national sensitive position for the sake of stability and the security of the nation. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question?
The other
Yeah,
moderator, Ngod did, yeah, Ngod Kudu, go ahead, yeah. I don't know who is coming next. Yeah, you can ask the question, brother.
I thank you, Matata Itagwal again. Thank you for telling it. Yeah, go ask question.
Thank you very much, my brothers. I greet you all. Billy, look, Salamat ya akhi. I've missed you, my brother. I hope you're well, wherever you are. This is Peter Adwok. You're there? Billy,
Yeah,
look.
he's there, bro. Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
He's there.
Okay. I've listened to your race, your presentation. I've listened to your presentation, and I just want to ask you a couple of questions, in which it will tell you what my position is. You see, the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict of South Sudan is a very wonderful document. However much we want to manipulate it, it's one of the best documents that can actually bring South Sudan out of the conflict that it is. If we compare it, Zadu, to the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, the CPA that was Dr. John Garang signed, I think the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict of South Sudan is a much better document than the CPA. My wonder is as to why the CPA was implemented and the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict is not being implemented, Comrade Billy Luke. And you're talking like this guy called Atalio. For us, do you think I have a problem with you? Me personally, Mika as Peter at work, do you think I have a problem with you, Billy Luke? If I met you tomorrow in Nigeria, do you think I'll have a problem with you? No, I will not have a problem with you. I will have a problem with things that are not being implemented. The revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict of South Sudan was signed in 2018. We are in 2023. If you're going to go back and talk about that, the revitalized peace, the revitalized agreement is not a good document, you should have done it in 2018. Why do you waste the time frame bit at Jinubin? South Sudanese. We are bloody sick and tired of fighting. This fighting, it is avoidable. Some of you that who support this fighting are not there when the fighting happens. Huh? You're not there. You don't see who your enemy, who you knew yesterday, dying on the floor, lying on the floor. You look at him and you talk to him. Say, my brother, I have no problem with you, Yaki. You're dying because of whatever was put between us. But you're my brother. I was eating salt with you yesterday. Have you seen that, Billy? Look, have you ever fought those demons in your head? Matek, have you fought those demons in your head? Killing somebody that you know? None of you have done that. Malcolm Metamaderin Salam. However little it is for the betterment of Junub Sudan. Junub bitana da yabda mina, because I feel angry when Murahilin bukhush fi abiyay. I feel angry with kinin يخشوا في بلد نتبوسه ندبال و new side نكودك. I feel bad. تو مالكم يا اخي؟ كلموا كلام حقائق يا اخي، and then you die when تموت انت قاعد تتكلم كلام صدرك، انت قاعد تدق كلام حقائق. Angelina is not the issue. Angelina ده بيطلعوه بكره، لكن يطلعوه بطريقه الحقيقي. It is there in the constitution of University Sudan, or it is there within the agreement on the resolution of the conflict of South Sudan. It is there. لو عمل حاجه كاب طلعوه زي ما انتم بيقولوا ده. قال she went and she signed agreements which were not there within the constitution, within that the president does not know. But the president does not take it upon himself to bloody take the country back to war. The بلد بتاعنا كلنا كويس، ده بلد بتاعنا كلنا, and it means something to us. انه معنى، لو ما عنده معنى عندكم ده كانديفيدوالز. انا ما بتكلم كقبيله، لكن كشخصيات. لو بلد ده ما عنده معنى لكم، جنوب السودان ده انه معنى لنا. انا بدوك صدري ده because انا عندي اهلي مات، انا عندي رفقاء بتاعي مات، اخواني مات عشان البلد يطلع. انا ذاته احتمال انا كان
I will leave you in the room. I'll come back. I'm trying to get my kid ready for school.
So what is it يا اخي؟ What is this?
لا خلاص كويس، انا ما اعرف مديد فاد وين.
كلموا كلام حقائق. Say the truth في قدام ربنا ده. والله ما تكتك if you say the
Can I
truth.
go ahead, please? Can I go ahead and answer you? Allow me to answer Tito, please. I have to sleep.
Billy, look. Anna, we've signed an agreement with you guys. This agreement has not been implemented. Instead, that we have more.
Let me answer you, please. I'm going to sleep. I'm in bed already. I have to sleep. My brother, Tito, you are getting emotional. You are getting emotional, and you need to listen to my response. All right? Just calm down and let me respond. Is it my turn?
I lana attack bejelo in the 1 minute minken lana ita kalam to attack lesa ma kalam. So
but I have to respond to Peter anyway. I'm not here to speak again, but I just want to respond to his defense for the IO. I believe he's actually a member of the IO, and that is very clear according to his remarks. So I just want to let Brother Peter understand that the CPA that was signed in 2005 was not completely implemented according to the spirit and letter of which it was actually being signed for. And that's why we still have the issue of ABA is not being resolved, the issue of Nuba Mountain, and the protocol with Blue Nile, and many other protocol. Even the border demarcation of the South Sudan and Northern Sudan is not yet being implemented. So these agreements can also be compromise in some part for reasons that I have cited earlier. It is something to do with national security. And it was wrong in the beginning for this very sensitive position to be given to any rebel groups in the very first place. The fact that even that peace agreement was not even right for any rebel group to demand an equal power share with the government. It was wrong in the beginning. It can never happen to any rebel group anywhere in the world to equalize the powers and think they can actually choose whatever sensitive position they can actually take. It was wrong. But if I were a rebel or if I were an opposition party, what I would have done to the government is to simply give the government the option to give out the free and fair election. So that whenever you are elected, if you think you have a very popular political platform that you can be able to galvanize and bring people to your side, and you think you have the best political philosophy to convene and persuade the people to vote for you, you should have actually fight for all the opposition should have actually seek the agreement based on how general election can be conducted fair and free by actually calling the international observers to come and conduct it. That is the only thing opposition should have done. So that whenever you are elected into the presidency, you should be able to take it all. And then by that means, you can actually take it all and then form your own government based on whoever can do the job. But the fact that too many political parties with too many agreements, that's why there is the English saying that goes, too many cooks spoil the broth. When you have too many cooks cooking the berries in the same kitchen, they are actually going to spoil the broth. They are going to spoil the Malayan because there will be too many, because the other cook may do it his own or her own way, which is actually going to be very controversial in the kitchen. This is exactly what His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit is facing in South Sudan. Because of too many opposition, everybody want to do it their own way. That's why the peace is actually being dragged down. It is a common sense. But I have never seen, even myself being a supporter of the SPLM, I have never seen anyone that represents SPLM in the negotiation is speaking the way that I do it. I wish I were the one to represent the SPLM party. So that truth can be told. And that's what any nation in the world can do when talking to opposition. You cannot demand it all because the government that is in place was given the mandate by the people. And until the time of fight, you have to take it all. If I were opposition, my brother, what I would demand is just a simple vote of the people. Then I have to take it all, and then I have to employ whoever can actually do the way I envision it as opposition. But the fact that people actually go there and then you have to argue about the power sharing, the resource sharing, you cannot choose for that because someone already has the power. So like I said earlier, brother, and this delay that you are accusing the SPLM ruling party did not come from the SPLM as a political party. SPLM political party is not the reason why the revitalized peace agreement was being delayed. The delay came about as a result of the message of the SPLM-IO, your own party, Apito. Because when you were fighting your own internal political wrangling over the position, it is actually a part of the problem which actually led to the delay. And then by the time when you were done with your own problem, you come to Juba, it takes another time for the government to receive you. Who were actually delaying it? It was Angelina herself. The very Angelina, if you were actually meant to implement this peace agreement, she should have actually humbled herself and allowed someone who is qualified to take over that position. It could have been James Kongchor Anle, it could have been Garwidwal. But why she didn't do that? If they actually care about the peace. This means, these people are just there just to look for wealth, then to look for power, and then life goes on. This is
My
not about Genevieve.
really look, my
So
brother.
my brother, don't go around blaming SPLM for everything and blame the president for it.
My
It
brother.
was your own problem.
let the guy
So
who
thank you.
didn't speak ya jamaa kali
Thank
kalama
you.
yala baada bejikum nina kamsa nafar bas nafuk. So the time will be enough if you guys still attack. If you have a chance, you can go. Otherwise, we can
No
move
worries.
to.
No worries. Thanks so much. I was just thanks to the moderators and the speakers in the audience as well. Someone said something interesting before. I think it was Dina actually, and I wanted to actually actually more in depth actually said what she was talking about in regards to COVID-19 and the mismanagement of COVID-19. And IO is part of that because the health minister is appointed by IO. So, and first, I would like to say that before we feel sorry for ministers who get removed from their ministerial position, I think we must first examine what have they actually achieved while in these positions, because this is the problem. We have ministers in South Sudan who have achieved nothing, but when they are removed from the position, the communities are in uproar. But these communities are not receiving anything, and I think I'm going to highlight one of the issues, which is COVID-19, and how the government has used COVID-19 and in the expense of the people actually. So this started off as the policies of the health minister and the 15 members of the task force have failed South Sudan actually, and this is the problem we have, is that we have committees. When you have committees, you don't have any person that take responsibilities for taking a particular decision, and so. But the health minister is part of this because she was the health minister. But in May of 2020, the first vice president, Riek Machar, and his wife got COVID, and even the information minister as well, Michael McQuay, he got COVID as well, and all the 15 members of the COVID-19 task force, they all tested positive for COVID-19, and even though they were actually in the age group of, or near the age group of people who are more vulnerable to COVID-19, remarkably, none of them actually died from COVID-19, right? So this is, great, fantastic. But the country then took unnecessary lockdowns, COVID measures to the extreme, and even today, government officials in South Sudan, they're still wearing masks. Even today, in 2023, they're still wearing masks, and they are supposedly vaccinated as well. And there's zero evidence for them to be wearing masks. What is the health advice that the health minister, for example, is providing? What is that advice to the government of why they should be actually continuing to wear masks? So the decision that was made by the health minister and the 15 members of the task force resulted in children missing out school for over 400 days. And as a result, there was so much, teen pregnancy that happened throughout the country, and children miss out a whole year out of school. And even now, the school that when they start and when they finish was actually kind of messed up, because they were finishing in February, for example, right, or January. And now the government is embarking on vaccination program in the villages in South Sudan. And given the fact that we know today, the vaccine does not stop transmission, the government either doesn't understand this, or there is a compensation for the government. And I think that's actually part of it, because since 2020, government has actually received a lot of money from IMF, what have you, because the to combat COVID-19 supposedly. And so COVID-19 has become a food stamp money scheme for the government. And instead of developing the country, the government has used the money, to just to do whatever they want to do, but not really to actually fix the problems that are critical problems that are actually bringing the insecurity. You see, because we talk about the insecurity now, insecurity has increased a lot. Even the last 12 months, the last 24 months has increased dramatically. And part of it is not problems that you can solve with a vaccine. You know what I mean? It's the problems of development, it's problem of employment opportunities. These are some of the critical issues that are facing the country. Because when people are not employed, it's going to be very hard for these young people to be engaged in their communities and stay connected in the communities in a positive way. So IO is not a viable opposition or even a viable alternative to government, because they are as corrupt as the government, if not even more corrupt than the government. And their their positions, whether it be the health ministry, you look at the disaster measures that the government has taken, which actually has hurt young people and children education, and it would have taken not a lot for the Minister of Health to actually say that this is not a serious thing to young people. This is only affecting, and people who are dying from COVID-19 are predominantly 90 years old, 100 years old people. It's not young people, right? Young people are actually dying from the vaccine more than the more than COVID-19. So I think that's what I wanted to actually point out. But to highlight what I was saying before, I think we cannot feel sorry.
Don't forget about malaria. Don't forget about malaria.
But we cannot feel sorry for the ministers, guys, because when ministers get fired, they come to the communities, and when they have these jobs, they don't do anything for the communities. Just look at the flooding issues that has been affecting the country. You look at Bargazal, you look at Upper Nile, it's been affected by flooding. Nothing from the government, nothing from the Minister of Disaster and Relief. And when he was fired, he said he's going to be there is problems with the agreement all of a sudden now. And so we must not fail for these people who get removed or get fired from the position. Then they become community activists. Then they become outraged or become communities now orientated. But when they were in this position, they did nothing for the people of South Sudan, and they did nothing for people who are affected by flooding, for example. And I also think that IO had a good opportunity to actually set a democratic path. You look at the states where they actually appointed governors. Why did they appoint government? Why couldn't they hold elections in those states? You see, and this is why I say that IO is not
Because
a
they're same governor.
Sorry.
They're same running governor.
But if I'm the in IO position and I believe in democracy, why appoint the governor? Why not actually have election in that state? Why not have election on a commissioner? Why not have elections on a state level in the state that they were given to by the peace deal? You see, so they are the same. There's nothing different with IO. But yeah, we must not feel sorry for these ministers who are removed from their position whatsoever. We should be feeling sorry for the people of South Sudan who are actually struggling and suffering as a result of these ministers' decisions.
Can
you run the room?
I have
run
to
the
speak.
room, please.
I told that. Yeah. Thank you. This guy finished. It's okay.
Yeah, I finished. Thank you so much. I finished.
Yeah. I think it's who say you want to say something?
I want to say
It
something.
is me, Matektek.
Oh, okay. The Jam or Peter. Go ahead and then Jam will say something.
Peter was speaking before I take.
Alas, Jam,
Okay,
my
Jam, go
brother,
ahead.
is
Yeah.
speak, and then I will wait for you until you finish.
Oh, then he didn't say anything.
Peter was speaking before I take, and right now, you gotta give to another.
Jam, hold on. Let don't go. Don't eat. Lo into 1 minute. Don't go ahead. Lo into that. Lano there in normal 1-on-1. Lo into mind the haja kalat Jam in Kenyamsi.
All right. أنا بدي له جام. أنا بدي مني ده له جام.
Oh, you give me? the
Yeah,
chance.
Yes, go ahead.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jam Kalam
Okay, I just want to say thank you so much, Matek and Don and Brother Pito and Brother Tuck and the listeners who are down there. I think everybody left us and they went to another room. They actually create the similar room like this. They're talking about Angelina as well. I don't know why they did that, including some of the people who were moderators here as well. So let us just conclude it. Brother Tuck, you spoke very well, and I also appreciate what you just brought to our attention. However, we are not in the campaign mood to actually point out all the the con and pros of any minister in this case, but we just want to focus on Angelina Tang. So, like I said earlier, I just want to summarize my own opinion. In my own understanding, I think Angelina Tang is very controversial. Starting in 2010, like Brother Don tried to bring it up earlier, her controversy are actually known, given the fact that she come from Unity State and I was from former Unity State, as all of you know. So I know what is a political wrangling within, or political rivalry within a Unity State politician. And recently, the IO itself is at war, and that is what actually led to the delayment of implementation of the revitalized feed agreement protocol. So, like I said earlier, Brother Peter, if you would want the smooth implementation of the revitalized feed agreement, your own party, the SPLMIO, should have actually fixed the problem of the power struggle within the ranks and file of the SPLMIO. That is actually what I believe led to the delay of the implementation of the peace agreement. And that is what you keep blaming on the SPLM or president himself. Like what happened when Gerald Uleng and Gerald Garwidwal refused to come to Juba? It was a result of your own problem as a party. And that very same problem was blamed on the president. It was said that the very same government is the one doing the same problem within the SPLMIO. You see, look, it means you can't even blame your own, you can't even trust your own leadership, but you keep scapegoating everything on the ruling party and the president himself. That was unfair. But it is because the SPLM take everything for granted, and there are not right people in the right position to actually try to communicate the actual or the accurate position of the people of uh, South Sudan in a better way. They can actually understand who is actually propagating propaganda and who is actually propagating reality in this case. So you have seen recently how Garwidwal and Johnson Ulony, who were actually best friends, were against Dr. Riek Machar, and they end up fighting themselves. It's still the very same problem is being blamed on the government. Look, this thing has been here, and we have been listening, but we just take it for granted anyway. Your own problem is what you always blame on the ruling party. And I have seen even some of the other opposition that are not even part of the national unity government on the social media. They want to take advantage of the opposition party that is already within. They want to see the sabotage of the peace agreement. But that's not going to happen. So in my closing remark, I believe the action taken by the president is the right decision, given the fact that the Ministry of Defense is a very sensitive position and it shouldn't be given to someone who is very controversial and doing other murky conspiracies within, and which actually cannot be trusted. You cannot give a mad person a spear or a weapon and then think you can actually trust that person. So I think the president has done the right thing to make sure this sensitive position has to be taken away from such a controversial figure. And that is what I believe should be done. And I congratulate the president for having done a good thing. This is not actually not going to derail the peace agreement. The peace is going to be implemented as it is actually meant to be, and nothing is going to distract it from being implemented. If anyone thinks you can actually uh, renege from this implementation and try to go your own way, it will be up to that person. But I think the decision of the president remain intact as it is. for the best interests of peace and stability in the country. So thank you so much, and let us close the room, and so that we can go and join the other room
Billy, look,
and,
before you
and
go, my brother,
contribute there.
just hold on,
Thank you, and have a good
One
day.
question.
Good night.
Before you go, don't go, my brother. Just wait. If you can allow me to ask Billy, look, did you go to Jamjang in Ruang State? Have you been there lately? Billy, look.
I think it's there. Where is Billy Luke? Is you left with sleeping?
No, he said he's going to the other room. But I wanted him to be there. I wanted to ask.
I didn't hear. What did you say?
I said, did you go to Jamjang?
Yeah, I just came back from home. Yeah.
How's that place, my brother?
Yeah, it's good. That's my hometown.
How is Teshwin?
Pito.
Eh?
Pito.
Yes.
Can I say something? Do you know what you're doing? It's called doxing.
No. I'm just asking him because we spoke about Billy Luke. I know him personally, and I'd asked him in the last 2 years, and I've not known. But he changed his name to this name. Bugulush, Jan, you know. I cannot see this properly. Can I just let me put on my glasses?
You guys need a private room.
No.
Jam
Because
what's wrong with that? It is Jam Jam.
It was something.
I told you, it is my hometown. Yeah.
Huh?
What about it? Yeah.
In Teshwin, we are the ones who chased those Masseria and all those nonsense in 2012. Before we captured the leader.
I don't know.
No, but I was there, so that's why I'm telling you this. In any case, my brother, we all want peace. Ways.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. We
And
want
then,
peace.
and the reason I asked you why we want, when you reached, if you reached Jamjang, is because I wanted you to see with your eyes. I mean, is there peace? What can be done at the national level so that the people who are there, who are not getting because there's no electricity, there's no mobile, that telecom company, the one that is in this place, this area, the telephone line that is in that area, it needs to be reactivated. The landmines that are there between Sudan and between Unity State and Upper Nile State and Unity State, those, I mean, okay, these three states, South Kordofan, Unity State, and Upper Nile State, those landmines need to be taken away.
ABA, we need to protect ABA.
ABA is done. ABA is that if you don't want it, ABA is.
We need to protect. Mind all over there.
Okay? ABA the Belebtana. If some of you don't agree with it, the Belebtana ka Junubin, because I'm a nationalist. But what I'm telling you, the landmines between Jamjang, Liri, and Wichpanyakang, there's an area there, there are a lot of landmines. And when the cows, they go there, they're blown up. I wish you, as Billy Luke, you went there and you saw it with your eyes. Your people, in that area, this is your area. They're having a lot of they are suffering just like any other South Sudanese. They're not immune to what is happening in South Sudan. Same as Nazbita Matektek. Matektek, I don't know which part of Upper Nile are you from specifically, but I believe I've been there in your area, and your people are not immune to the. So when you speak, I want you, if you can all take responsibility, because at the end of the day, It is the issue of taking responsibility. Billy, look, you have refused to take responsibility للمشاكل that has happened within South Sudan. Some of us, we will take responsibility. Well, if it means for me to end up dead, if I'm sentenced to death because there are things that have gone wrong, I will accept it. If
Asma Pito, we need أبيعي يعني عشان نحن جنوبين لازم نقفل الشارع ده يعني. This is the most important.
Abia will not come. Abia will not come. Listen, even I blame those of Dengalor. Those of Dengalor or they are selling. Huh?
You know,
are you listening to what I'm saying?
لو عرب ده شكل مرة ثانية من جديد.
لكن شاكل كيف وفي زول بيقول كده قال
بلد ما ده شاكل. وما عرب أصلا ما بقدر بشكل معنا لأنه ما بقدر. يعني هو بيتقبله خبيث.
ضعيف. Somebody will
دقيقة my brother. دقيقة my brother. أصلا ده لو عرب فيها أصلا ده عرب دول دائما عرب.
يا أخي we chased them. أنينا طردناهم. We chased them. فانتاودا أنينا طردنا we chased them. I was there in that the fight. Captured Pantau. Were you there? Were you there? It كان موجود. I chased them. We chased them. We if it was not for the Talimat that كان جا من رئاسة الجمهورية. You think we would have left Pantau? We would have not left it. We were there. We would have even gone all the way to Lobey. Our main, when we sat down, we talked, we said we are going to all the way to Lobey because the Lobey was where all this mashakil can jai. And then if they talk a lot of nonsense,
I got all niggas.
But I was there. I'm talking to you as a person. I was involved in that fight. Right? I was involved. I was there. I was there in Ajara Tishwin. Hujum da Tishwin da Sabada. Were you there? So, let us talk about things which
I was there in its spirit.
Yeah. I was there physically. Right? When these bombs were falling on us, how did we avoid them? And how did we get intelligence? And how did we go there? And then we kicked those motherfuckers. We dealt with them. You know us, Lela.
Who you kick?
Eh?
What is your post? أنا بتكلم معك ميليتري يا سيدي. أنا مشيت ميليتري ما في السودان لكن في بلد أنا
the Minister of Defense, we almost captured him. But we were deceived because there were so many cars. Kan Batla min Pantau would have captured him there. Kan Dunia Kulu, we have captured the Minister of Defense with Sudan. He just escaped. 2 minutes, but only 2 minutes. So you people, let us respect.
Peter. Peter, one machi.
But
I want to say, I just
you're in
want
Juba
to say,
now. I'm not in Juba. Okay.
I just want to say thank you.
I
want to thank you for your service, brother. That is something we can acknowledge. And there's no doubt one day we will all come together and do one thing. Even there is a chance we can seriously judge ourselves and be in one party.
The truth.
If you disagree, but
I think Pito, he was in service, but actually he didn't fight, my brother. He's still alive, my brother.
Who's this guy?
Guys, it is time to go. I think I have to lock out. But it was nice having this conversation.
Okay. Billy, look, all the best. Matek, all the best. Let us meet.
You can close the room. Let's join the other room. There is another room like this. So you need to go there and finish your opinion.
There's something good for South Sudan. All the best, my brothers. Shukran.
Take care. Are you there now?
Yeah, I'm guiding a moderator.
Whenever we where is he now? Is he not in Juba?
Who is
Pito.
Pito?
Yeah.
Pito, I don't know, somewhere there. You
ning
want
wala
to
di
say?
manen jam manen jolo ci jo thore gon ki manen en jo tie location do ba tie location do ka ja tie ji ku jere de chere ti ano manen ja jam ku ke wa u ci ko ja
No,
kila
ma
no ne
yen,
ja
ma what they don't understand, what they don't understand, they met the country, but they pretend to be other people who met the country. That's the problem. Like in Billy, look, I really appreciate. I know you say, these people, the more they fighting, the more people going back to build the country. That is what it is. Lano, if there is no fighting, IU, so I Mashakata, Sudan, they were supposed to finish. Like in when? They are still showing the problem, and that is why now we still have a big problem not to finish. You know. They
correct
are done a there and a good.
ala shukran
Yeah, so I don't know. A lot of people went to the room there, and Madid is not here.
ade
I
room
don't
ki
know
lo
we
room
can.
ki kana ya
Yeah, I
ye
think
na book yo
it's gonna
ja
be a
tiyo
good
ka ine
idea to
moderator
close
tong
it
kidong
because I don't have no.
aka ine moderator tong kidong ai wi tiyo
Yeah, quite I can way out. I know we don't have anything else, so I will
no I talk I shi ja
close it
to ja
up, and then
ja tiyo ga
we will go meet there.
eh ai ai